Once again, we're on. I think we're on. Can you guys see me, guys? Hello, guys. Anybody? You guys see me? Salute. Okay, cool. All right. I gotta bring somebody else on board. Hold on. The hell did I just do? Theo, where you at, Theo? I'm just gonna go talk here, man. We gotta start talking basketball, man. I mean, I don't know. Everybody saw the link, right? So I'm just gonna talk basketball, and whoever starts jumping on it, they're gonna jump on it, right? So let me check. Let me look at the comments. Theo, okay, you said send the link. You didn't see the link? Send the invite. Okay, hold on. Come on. Okay, I need to. Is it shift? No, not shift.
You.
Okay, Guillermo, you here?
No.
What's up, bro?
Hey, we got first say welcome to Knicks at night. Hey, it's good to see everybody.
Cool.
I see Big Freezy. You know, he may not be in tonight. Hey, we got first say welcome to Knicks at night. Hey, it's good to see everybody. I see Big Freezy. You know, he may not be in tonight. It's good to see you, fellas.
What's up, Theo? How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing today?
It's a tough loss, man. Sorry for you.
And I'm happy I won.
Oh yeah, you guys are tank. Oh, I guess it's a tank now, but yeah, I was so happy, man. Salute to the Jets for that, man. That was one of the greatest games I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, that was a good game.
Oh my gosh, and I mean because we lost. Oh, we lost to the last second play. Oh, that was so beautiful, man. Almost cried.
No, I ain't gonna lie. I couldn't believe it.
Ran a zero cover blitz. That's tanking 101.
Yeah.
Zero cover blitz. Do people understand that? I mean, obviously you do.
You can't make that up.
You have to throw a Hail Mary pass, and all you have to do is just send back. Literally, even one safety would have been enough. You literally just play prevent and just stop. Like you're there at the, you know what I mean? So salute to Greg Williams. He's down for the tank. He's tank gang. You know what I'm saying?
Trevor Lawrence.
That's what I'm talking about.
Steve
Fox.
Hey, good evening.
Good evening.
Over there, man. What's up? Man.
Ron,
man, hey, fellas, what's going on in the New York streets, man?
Nothing much. I saw your show. I saw your show, Cleveland. That's a pretty good show about about Frank.
Appreciate that, man.
Oh man,
that's even though they gotta break my heart, man. It was being reported.
What happened now?
Y'all must be didn't catch y'all Legion. I knew you caught Knicks Fan TV.
Nah, what happened?
It ain't went down yet, but they talking about possibly trading Randall and Frank.
Buddy Hill? They've been talking about that though.
And a pick.
You know what? We brought this up earlier. Remember that one night?
We sure did.
It makes
you know, on face value, I look at it like this, man. I don't want Frank to go. But then if it means moving Randall so Obi can be at peace, you know what I mean, to be able to do his thing. But what was more discouraging than that was hearing that DSJ right now looking like it's between him and Alfred Payton.
Oh boy.
Ron, I'm gonna just disagree with you, man. I don't understand the hate for Randall. I mean, it's one bad season, and people are making it feel like it's 10
Well, you know,
seasons.
I don't hate Randall. I don't hate Randall. It ain't that, man. It's just anytime that a front office come in and pick a guy at the same position, you already know what that means. That means they're not sold on the guy that they have being there long term. And then let's just be real. They signed Randall to a 3-year deal
Mhm.
for a reason. It was basically a prove it deal, whether or not he can fit with the pieces that they were going to be drafting. And so obviously they don't feel like it's a good fit if they're going out and drafting somebody at his spot if they think he was going to be here long term. I mean, it's
Uh,
just it's business.
Ron, you said it was going to be Randall, Frank, and a pick.
Yeah, and they said that's what's been really the holdup is the idea of giving up a pick,
Yeah, I don't know about that.
not so much Randall and Julius. I think if it was just Randall, and Frank, that deal would have went down.
I'm not giving up a first for Buddy Hill. I'm
And
sorry.
he talked about the situation with Mitch too.
I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up Mitch, and I'm not giving up Randall. Randall's too productive. And
Nah, what they was talking about, but the unprofessionalism with him changing all these agents and stuff, and feeling like it's going to be a problem.
And also, they've taken so much time trying to get quality kids and with character. Buddy Hield was a detriment to that team. He put on a bad attitude on that team.
Yep. Jaeger, whatever how you pronounce it.
Hey, but you know what? Think
I
about
like
this, fellas. Think about this, and I understand what you're saying. But you know, everybody don't handle losing the same way, man. And you can argue Sacramento has been just as worse, if not worse than us.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
I think it
You
was.
don't do that to your teammates.
Like his effort and his defense were the issues with Yoger, right? Jaeger, how am I his name? Right?
Yeah,
It wasn't
I
because
think
he was
Jaeger.
losing bad. Like Trey Young last year, someone could argue and say he was taking it bad because he was, obviously depressed, but he was down, and he even said it himself, like I'm not used to losing, right? But Buddy Hield is a difference. Buddy Hield does nothing else but shoot. He shoots.
But you know what though? You know that'll change with Fizz. That's I mean,
Yeah, but that's the best. See, that's
I mean, Tim.
you can't preach that. You can't preach. This is the thing about Thibodeau has to be careful with, and this front office. You can't preach, professionalism and all this other stuff and effort, all those things on one end, and go out and get a free agent, make a trade while giving up a valuable draft pick. It seems like it's probably going to be a valuable first rounder, given how strong these drafts are coming up, right? You basically, it's the same thing Fizzo did, right? Practice what you, or whatever the hell you say, eat what you kill, whatever.
Eat what you kill. Some kind of
you can make
slogan.
a bad mistake, and I'll play if you don't. But then the only person who was sitting down consistently was Frank, while everyone else was making mistakes, right? They didn't.
Yeah, and that's what teed me off with that.
And
Hey,
how did Thibodeau fail? Or partially, how did he fail with the Wolves? He lost the locker room. You got to be very careful preaching all these things about.
You got that right, especially when you're trying to set a culture and you just coming in.
That's what I'm saying. And you don't practice what you preach. Then and then if you lose, people gonna look at you like, man.
I just want to say this though. I definitely don't want Randall gone, and I think and he definitely deserves a second year. But Frank, I think he's been proving himself. If I could avoid trading him and I could add a Reggie Bullock $4 million contract, I would do something like that. And we got cap space now, so I mean, we could literally afford Reggie Bullock and his contract. Maybe I'll throw in a pick, maybe if it's something like that, but I don't know how I feel right now.
I'll give up a
I
second
don't want to
round,
hurt.
but I ain't giving up no
Look,
first.
you know what it is. I like to bust you guys' chops. I don't want Frank traded. It's a difference.
I don't want him. I don't want him gone.
I'd rather
but
this
the
guy
thing
bust
is,
his
this front
chops.
office, man.
For Buddy Hield, I don't mind, but again, you might lose the locker room if this guy is truly a malcontent.
But you can't lose a locker room with Tibbs. Tibbs is running the whole show.
He lost a locker room with the Timberwolves, bro.
Well,
his last job, he lost a lot. He lost a locker room partially with the Bulls too, because there was a fight or a struggle between Rose once he came back from injury and your boy Butler. So yes, you can lose a locker room, and the whole thing about Tibbs is this and that. He could definitely lose because he's done it before.
You got a point. Maybe I'm naive there. You got a point.
They saying Buddy Hield may go to the Warriors.
That would be deadly. That would be deadly. Oh,
That'll be a makeup for losing Clay.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, he's not gonna play the same defense as Clay, but the shooting would be. Whew, that would be amazing. That would be scary.
Yeah, that offense that'll make up for losing Clay offensively.
What
But you know, hey, Guillermo, you brought up a good point though, man. You know, if you claiming you got a problem with Mitch, and then you bringing in a guy who's questionable in the head, that don't look good.
Yeah.
You can lose your locker room, bro, and especially if y'all not winning. And when some of the stuff, and again, I think that he's gonna show parts of the triangle for this team. Not say he's gonna run it again, but the Bulls only ran it 25%.
But you know what, though, it is every team in the league run aspects of that triangle.
They all run aspects of it, right?
Every last one. They don't run it exclusively, but they run bits and pieces of it.
Right, but the thing about the triangle is that it's gonna take time for your young players to learn, right? If they don't feel convinced by you, right, that you're the coach, right, and you lose in the locker room, that just expedites it, right? Because it's not a simple system to learn, but it's very effective. So you're gonna need time to get these guys to all buy into the system. If you do stuff like Buddy Hield, and you give a first round pick for him,
like I said, I wouldn't give up no first. I'll send a second. But realistically, you shouldn't even have to do that if you're getting Randall and Frank.
No,
get Frank to sign and trade to go there because you would have to do that.
You want to get rid of Buddy Hield that badly, right? I mean, you think that is it a salary dump? Like I just don't want them fleecing the Knicks because with the Warriors, who would the Warriors give up? Would they give up Pascal and would they? I mean, their first would be nothing. Our first are just too valuable, man, at this point.
And also Sacramento lost Bogdanovich, so from their
leverage. Yeah.
And see, that's another thing. They need more scoring actually. So if you let Buddy Hield go, like you signaling rebuild.
Yeah, and Halliburton is nobody Hield.
Hold on.
But they just signed Fox though. I think it'll be a quick rebuild. Like it'll be not rebuild, retool.
Yeah, more like a retool. Exactly. It won't be a full tear down. It'd be like a addition by subtraction.
Right.
So you guys don't like Buddy Hield's game? You don't like his score?
Oh, I love his game.
He offers shooting, but the thing about it is that you have a guy who does nothing else, right? So it's not. I don't like it. Like if you trade it for Frank and Randall, I'm not necessarily against it. You just better be sure that he's not a malcontent. Because I mean, who's this guy's name? Yerger, whatever his freaking name is.
Shout out to D Jones in the chat. He said Hield doesn't have issues. The Kings are a bad organization. Buddy wanted to start. He right about that. They're a bad organization. I think they're worse than us.
Nah, the Knicks are the worst team in the league, man. That's what ESPN said.
Well, they bias.
I know. I'm being very sarcastic.
Hey, Guillermo, if every Knicks fan could have $1 for every time they bash us, we all be millionaires.
I've never heard. I remember when they had the rumors that the Kings owner wanted to run a 4 and 5 cherry pick with your boy Cousins. They didn't get bashed in the media for that ish, man. What's his name? Whatever his name is, the Indian dude. Like we get bashed for everything.
Was it Vandewey? Kiki Vandewey?
No.
The owner.
Oh, the owner. Okay.
He's of Indian descent. I can't pronounce the name.
I thought the idea of having Buddy Hield with Frank with Frank as a backup, I thought that was a good idea because Frank, he needs to continue to improve his shooting, and that's good shooting competition with the Buddy Hield in your roster. Once you have a Buddy Hield, there's a lot of that shooting. I expect it to improve.
But I understand why they might be talking about trading Frank for this reason. Frank is in the last year of his deal, and it's already been known that Frank don't want to come up. He don't want to be nothing but a point guard. And if they envision him as something other than a point guard, that could cause him to walk in free agency for nothing.
Well,
I can understand the thinking.
Well, the thing is, look, he first has to see Tyrese Halliburton's situation. Tyrese Halliburton is going to start with De'Aaron Fox. Those two are going to be good. I think that's a good combination of Tyrese Halliburton and De'Aaron Fox.
Yes, it will be.
If Frank could see, hey, listen, you don't have. First of all, Frank is just going to average about 3 assists, maybe 4. So I don't know about why he has it in his mind fixated that he's a point guard. Maybe
you want to know why, bro? It's angling. I think it's angling for another team, man. I think when you see the tea leaves,
he already knows somebody else want him.
Exactly. You could already posture that. Oh yeah, I don't want to be anything but a point because everywhere else he's gonna go as an off guard.
And I'm telling you,
the Mavericks aren't gonna take him as a point guard like they already got Luka, but they'll put him as an off guard next to Luka, and he probably gets some minutes as a defensive guy who will hopefully hit the 3. But with this Knicks team, he's posturing to
And I'll tell you this: the only place Frank would go where he would probably consider being a 2 guard. Like that would be a team like Golden State, who's a championship team, or San Antonio with Pop. But you telling me for the Knicks team that's rebuilding, and I'm gonna just call a spade, man. I know I wiped the slate clean, and it is clean. But we do look at people's resume and what they do and what they don't do.
Mm-hmm.
And ain't none of them point guards on our team is a better defender than Frank. And if we got a defensive-minded coach, the rest is you don't even have to say no more.
When they play that ice offense, man, to prevent the pick and roll, Frank will get value, bro. That is one thing. Like I said, you can generate offense with strong defense. Not to say that Frank again needs to learn, continue shooting the corner three and be able to shoot the three from adequately from all over the field. But again, Frank will have value, man. Like as a defensive guard, you know, it's because again, this is what I like about fans in general. It's not just Knicks fans or anything. I don't like basketball fans who literally they see what's like the hottest new thing and think that's the only way you can play basketball. And then they wait until the next hottest new thing comes out. Then it's like, oh, yeah, you can do that too, right? Oh, yeah. Because I've sat here. How many times I've said that? I'm not saying that Frank is perfect. Again, Frank has a lot of flaws, and I want him to improve. But you can't sit here and say that there haven't been how many players in the NBA who've generated offense via their defense, right? Where you can count
them on one hand.
Yeah, Tony Allen's had how many games Tony Allen would have where, look, not to say that he had a great offensive game. He maybe will have like 10 points, but a star guard comes into that night and they're scoring 50, 60% less than they do on average. And it's one, or the Grizzlies won when he was healthy with the Grizzlies. You know what I mean? People just have a very myopic view of basketball. You know what I mean? So
and hey, Guillermo, you hit the nail on the head, man. And I'm gonna tell you this too. And Steven, you know this, man. When I hear people say Frank is not a true point guard, that's the dumbest thing that I can ever hear anybody say.
Yeah.
A true point guard is one that does not just sit there and just chuck. That's not a point guard. That's a shooting guard.
Better.
That's a shooting guard parading as a point guard. A point guard is a facilitator, is someone who get a shot when he has to within the floor of the offense. He ain't gonna break the offense. Them guys that we see now, like for instance, a Dennis Smith Jr., even Russell Westbrook, John Wall, them guys are more of a new age point guard. Traditional point guards is what Frank is, and that's why I feel they drafted the guy. He's a traditional point guard.
I think he's more of a backup, to be honest.
Well, I mean, being a backup, regardless of being a backup, that's just a position. But what you are, point guard, you're defined by either you're a shooting one or you're a true point guard, and Frank is a true point guard. But I understand you saying he's a backup in your eyes, but he's a true point guard.
And I say that really because if you come with a strong level of offense, then you could start building your defense. But if you come as a defensive point guard, then you're going to have veterans in front of you until your offense picks up, which is what a lot of fans are talking about. Like, let's not act like fans are not crazy.
But
like
see, you proving my point because the first thing you said is offense.
Right.
That's what your shooting guard is for.
No, not all of it.
Your shooting guard is supposed to.
You can't. Think
about this, Grandma. If you got a shooting guard who can't shoot, what is he?
It's a guard. I wouldn't say he's necessarily a point guard.
He's not a shooting guard, right? If he can't shoot, he ain't a shooting guard.
He's like an untalented guard in the sense of shooting. But I'll say about Frank, though. This is the thing about Frank. Is Frank truly a point guard, or is he one that thrives in a certain system? Because let's be honest. I mean, Frank really hasn't shown the chops to be a true point. Look, I like Frank's talent. Is he really a point guard? Because I mean, even brought him in for the Phil brought him in for the triangle, right? But you don't need legitimately good point guards. You legit do not need good point guards in the triangle. So is Frank truly a point guard, or we just have this misnomer or no way to call like this idea in our head that Frank is this because he was drafted to do this thing, right? Despite the fact he hasn't shown it yet. Because I understand where you're coming from. I'm just not sure if Frank is truly a point guard, man.
And you know what? Esteban hit it right on the head. He said he's an undeveloped talent. That's why that's why you can say you don't know. Ain't none of us know. But I would hate for that dude to go someplace else.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you on that one. But I would say Frank needs more. People are saying that he needs more minutes. Frank needs more seasons, and there's a difference.
And how you get seasoned? You don't. Hey, it's just like the old adage with a quarterback. You don't get good from sitting on the bench.
Well, he's playing 20 minutes a game, so he's playing 20
minutes a game.
Yeah, 20 minutes.
consistently since he's been on the Knicks.
I mean, look at Steven. Bring up the stats, Steven.
Yeah.
Come on, Mr. Professor.
God is right. 21.9 in his rookie season and 20.8 last year. He's averaged 21.9, 21, and 20.8.
That's a lot of minutes, though.
But in his defense, we had some bums of a coach.
No doubt.
That's what this all boils down to. And I got a feeling we're gonna lose the guy because of past mistakes with coaches that we had that never really gave him a shot. And now you got a coach that really, when we think about Tibbs demands a lot from his players, period. And he expects you to know how to play your position. For as much as he can develop players, he really ain't with developing. He's expecting these guys to come in and play.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And another thing with Frank, we got to stop saying he shoots 50% from the corner. He shoots 50% from the left corner and 28% and 28% from the right corner.
Thank you, Steven.
Yeah, everybody got their certain spots on the floor where they shoot better. And I agree, it is that left side that normally when you see him, when you watch the game, the eye test, you watch him, he normally hits from that corner. And if he missed, it ain't an ugly miss neither. But it's sad, man. I just hate that this got to even go down like this, man.
Yeah.
I want to tell you, I would not be happy if DSJ is our point guard starting.
Oh, can you please bring Chuck because he wants to fight over DSJ, man. Yeah.
For what? For what? I'll put him on my rec league pickup ball.
Hey, Ron, I did a search right after CP's show, and I didn't see anything in the news about that, about Buddy Hield. I saw CJ McCollum maybe, but I didn't see anything on that. So I'm hoping it's just fake news.
But I give CP his credit because a lot of times he'll say stuff and days later, weeks later, you hear the stuff start coming out. So until otherwise.
I mean, it is good topic.
Good something new to talk about.
That's the thing about it. They're gonna keep feeding rumors, man. It's like these rumors, just because things haven't started yet, people are just aching to, put that stuff out there. And I think, look, if it's not truly legit, if it's like rumors, it's a little dangerous because, that type of stuff, man. I mean, you could discuss and stuff, but I don't know. I just feel a certain way where you're just, putting out these rumors out there. Because again,
you got a young team.
A lot of these writers out here, and I'm not talking about any content creator, I'm talking about the writers. Mm-hmm. They've been doing this all summer, right? And I've seen it. I remember I had a thing with was I on his show? I think I was on his show. He's on I can't remember which one. On Die Hard Knicks podcast, and we literally talked about Julius Randle, right? Possibly going to Utah. Like we were just talking about trade ideas, right? And he brought up Julius Randle going to Utah. Literally the next day, we saw, there are rumors of Julius Randle going to. I'm like, are you serious, dogs? Like, you guys are taking stuff from internet content creators and going along with that. Like, I'm an integrity guy with that type of stuff, man. Like, don't say that stuff. Because, I mean, again, these are people's lives. I know people, yes, you're supposed to be strong as a business, whatever. But when you're making up fake stuff just to get it's just, I don't know, slimy.
I know, because to me, it just don't make any sense that they would move Frank when he's the best on-ball defender that we got out of all our point guards, and you got a coach that eats, sleep, and breathe defense. I just don't understand the logic of that.
I'll say this, Teddy. You brought in a cheaper replacement in Austin Rivers who's done what Frank was supposed to do, and he has done it better, even though he's not a great player.
And they brought back Alfred Payton, so
Alfred Payton, so he's cheaper. So Frank can leave. I'm not saying, sorry. He can be on a trading block. Let me say it like that. Yeah. So don't put it past the Knicks to do that. Just that first round pick for your boy. And
I sent him a second. I ain't giving you no first.
God, so many good plays in 2021, 2023 drafts, man. It's just like, I don't want to touch those picks unless you're getting somebody you truly believe. Like, if it's a Zach LaVine or something like that, all right, that's fine.
I would love Zach LaVine.
But
that's who I talked about a while back on Knicks Fan TV, man. I would love to have him. I heard Knicks fans saying they don't want. I was like, he's a walking bucket. And I remember him talking highly of Tibbs when people were saying how Tibbs don't get along with the younger generation, and he debunked that. He said that he loved playing with him. Matter of fact, he said the defensive principles that he learned from Tibbs is what he's been using. So he learned a lot about defense from Tibbs.
Right, but rule one is you never trade for a person who had a catastrophic leg injury.
Yeah. The two ace.
Well, you can trade for him, but you better give him contracts like the kid out in Golden State that was in Golden State that tore his knee up with the Clippers.
Sean Livingston?
Yeah. You remember them kind of deals Sean Livingston was getting?
Yeah.
A low risk contract, but a high reward for the type of player that he was.
He's not going to take that, man.
Come on.
But I can tell you this. I think,
you guys are,
and I agree with you, Legion, man. Ain't no way I'm giving up all that, for Buddy Hield. When you think about this, not giving no first round pick, because, again, you're getting Julius Randle, who could potentially sign an extension with you. And you're getting Frank, who, in order to make the trade, this is probably going to be some kind of sign and trade to get him. So that just don't make any sense. So now you're getting two players that they'll have potentially locked up for a while and a first round pick. No, I wouldn't even touch that. Not no first round. I'll give him a second.
Buddy Hield only gets to the line a little over one time a game, and he shoots 47% of his shots on pull-ups. I could see the Garden crowd just moaning with nobody under the board, him just coming down and chucking it up.
Yep. What do y'all think about DeMar DeRozan?
No, I'm good.
How old is he? 30 what?
I think he's like 31, 32.
He's on this is expiring contract.
Oh, it is?
It's expiring?
Yeah, he I think he picked up his player option, I want to say.
Just in case, do you think if Frank is out, it's because of Miles Powell and Emmanuel Quickly? You think that's what it is? That they might be emerging?
I think it has everything to do with if they see him as a point guard. I think that's his main thing, and he know point guards make the money as well. He don't want to be a 3-and-D guy. This is a contract year. I think it's all the above. I think
it's so stupid, man.
I think he actually loves New York, but he's tired of feeling like the scapegoat probably as well. Every year he's been here, he's been in trade.
Who's that, Frank?
Yeah, he's been in trade conversation ever since he's been here.
That is so
I think it's probably about time to move on from Frank. Just to let him go ahead and be Frank. You know what I mean? Just let him get somewhere where the coaching staff believes in him, front office believe in him, and say, "Hey, you our guy. We gonna make it work with you." And I would love if he leaves the Knicks. There's only two teams in the league that I would like to see him go to, and out of the two, preferably I'd like to see him go to San Antonio. I like to get.
But if he goes to San Antonio, he's going to do the same thing he was expected to do the Knicks and be a 3D player. They got DeJounte Murray. They're not moving on.
That's what I'm saying. He'd be willing to do that with San Antonio and be a backup for him.
I guess.
I think he just wants the keys. I think it's been long enough where he.
Who's going to give him the keys? He didn't prove himself to have the keys. See, this about it. Think about it, right? It's one thing if Frank was on the Knicks with terrible coaching and Frank was a surprise. Like, yo, this dude rocked out. Like, yo, bro. He pulled a Devin Booker, had awful coaches for the past, I don't know how many years, 30 of them, and he killed. Frank has not done that. So he can demand anything. In the free agency or in the market, he's not going to demand that. He's going to have to play 3-and-D player for every other team he goes to. What team is going to give Frank the keys right now for what he's done?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the landscape, I can't think of any team that needs a starting point guard.
And
Miami Heat?
Frank Ntilikina.
Miami Heat?
Miami Heat.
They have Dragic and freaking what's your boy? They have Butler who could play facilitate as a guard. He's not a quintessential point guard, but no.
Dragic over the hill though. Dragic then got old, and he gonna miss time with injuries.
Right, but the way they play, like they're not gonna give Frank the keys. Heavy starter.
But Frank is a Pat Riley type player though.
Mm-hmm.
He is one of those type players.
Look, if Frank can hit a three, he'll be valuable to everybody. And hit a three at a good clip. If he's giving me Lonzo Ball type production from three, I'm keeping Frank.
I tell you what, that's what I would love to see him do for us. Just accept being the secondary guy if they want you to go to the secondary role, being that point. I mean the shooting guard, and learn, just keep working on your offensive game and just shoot that three when it's open. Just let that thing go, and lock down defense. That's all. Know your role. And I would be happy with that. I'm all with that, Legion. I'm all with it.
He's playing games with these agents, man. I mean, not but with the front, with the whole. Oh, if he's unhappy, he doesn't want to play. Blah blah. I'm just saying you better be careful because the grass, again, you're on a Knicks team where I think that if Frank proves himself to be a solid 3-and-D player, people are going to probably vouch to try to keep him, right? Again, what is it? Rivers only has 1 year guaranteed on his contract, right? So, again, if Frank balls out and shows out more as a 3-and-D player and affect three, Thibodeau's going to keep him in the offense. Fizzo loves those type of players, man. Are you kidding me? Because Frank, where's Frank gonna go? Where people are gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and say, "Yeah, he had really bad coaching. Let's give him heavy minutes." I'm not talking about, he had really bad coaching, but let's give him 5-10 minutes here and there, maybe 10 minutes on a bad night.
You know, the crazy thing about Frank is he's a vastly different player on the road than he is at home. On the road, he shoots 45% from 2 versus 34 at home. He shoots 39% from 3 on the road. So versus 26% at home. So he's really a different player on the road too.
You know what that sounds like to me?
Yeah, the crowd.
Yeah, that's why I think he'll benefit from this year with the stadium being empty too. Him, Knox. I don't know about DSJ. I want to say DSJ too, but I definitely think Knox and Frank would benefit from the crowd not being there.
One thing on DSJ, kudos to Guillermo on your show tonight. Fantastic overview on the triangle.
Oh, thank you, bro.
Guillermo showed a video of a beautiful pick being set and Butler going. And you've got to say that you could see DSJ doing that. Forget about his shots, but his explosion. Mm-hmm. And you could see him. Guillermo, am I wrong? Could you see him on that? The guy sets a pick like that, showing his value?
In the triangle on the weak side, where I'm hoping you have a guy like if Obi played that pinch post, which is like if you think about the triangle, just think of where Jakim Noah was, where he'd be like kind of by himself with one other person. That's like what Obi would do. Obi would then on those plays, right? Obi would get the ball back, or say Jakim Noah would get the ball back to Butler, and Butler would drive baseline to the basket. And that play is so effective because if the guy's playing, like if he's sagging off, he's not playing aggressive to get over the pick, or you set a really good pick, and say you're playing like a really kind of like slow center, like a Brook Lopez, right?
It's a basket.
DSJ, all these slashes we got DSJ. That's where you'd be able to exploit his explosion, because Butler's not more explosive than DSJ. So it's just to try to get plays to make DSJ effective on the court. Right.
And see, that's why I kind of feel too, because I read that New York Post article where Tibbs says he's going to take advantage of this shortened season with all these back-to-backs that they're going to have to play.
Yep.
With the youngsters taking advantage of what asset they have and that speed.
His lineup got to be bigger.
And he is our fastest point guard.
Yep.
I give him that. I can't take that from DSJ. I got to give him his credit, and he's the most athletic one. Might be the second athletic person on the team to Obi.
See, think about Obi
is vertically explosive. He's not laterally.
Obi is not lateral because he has high hips. So I was reading about it on some scouting report. It wasn't a Stepien. I love the Stepien, by the way. But and they said like he had high hips, and I was looking like, oh, that makes sense. Like I always saw he had tight hips, and they explained it well. Like he has high hips, so he can't move laterally, right? Even when his footwork, when sometimes he drives, kind of like he's like hopping. Right, to like get that, double feet, bam, like just slam it, right? So, not to go on this subject so long, it's just like, yeah, he's more explosive than Lab. I know what you mean, but DSJ again. See, this thing about it with DSJ, I hope, because they got Aaron Brooks on this team now. Aaron Brooks is a good example for what DSJ should try to aspire to, right? A smaller
Aaron Brooks. You talking about Aaron Brooks that was with Houston?
Aaron Brooks with Houston.
Oh, man.
For 2 years, right?
Now you talk about a do-it-all player.
And he got kind of screwed because he won a contract with Houston, but they didn't give it to him. But that's a guy that I hope DSJ tries to mod his game after, right? To have that kind of cerebral ability to attack, know when to attack, be able to shoot, which Aaron Brooks can do. Like DSJ, as much as I like the talent that's there. Again, we're all basing off of what we saw at NC State and what we saw with the first year with the Mavericks, which when we were going over it, 29% usage at the Mavericks. He's not getting that with the Knicks. I'm talking about his first year, his rookie year, 15 points, right? But he shot poorly from I believe from three, like poorly. I think it was poorly from the field too, maybe even like low 40s. He's not getting that with the Knicks, bro, with Tom Thibodeau. So Aaron Brooks is best bet to learn under and try to Motto's game.
I tell you this with DSJ though, it's clearly a confidence situation because I remember watching so many games where he like was in between. He didn't know whether to shoot it or to drive it. And anytime you do that as a player, you working for the other team. I'd rather you just take that ball and just shoot it and miss than to be indecisive with the ball when you shoot it.
He had one against the Indiana Pacers. I think it was the Indiana Pacers, I believe. I forgot who was on it. I want to say it was Oladipo, but it was somebody who I felt like was like way taller. It may have been Turner, but I might be wrong. I think it may have been Oladipo. And the way he's so indecisive, and the thing about it, he had, and I'd say it's also coaching too, because he really had no help on that play. There's like nothing really called. It was kind of like, all right, do your own thing, drive to the basket, and like kick out if you don't have the shot. But the way he shot the shot, it was like, dogs, you try to shoot over a dude who had several inches on you. Like, what will you think? Like, why would you process that? Just pass it out, reset the play, do something else. Like, why would you try to take a shot just to put something? And again, it's confidence. But again, to us, are we making excuses for guys who, honestly, if they don't have the confidence to play in the NBA at the very least, should we be making excuses for them? That's what I'm saying, man. Like,
don't have the IQ.
Don't have the IQ, but if you don't have the IQ, but you're working hard to understand the game, that's fine. But you're talking about guys who, again, people say, "Oh, we didn't have coaching," but again, look around the league. There's so many players who did not have coaching, and they're way better.
Yeah, I mean, because really, whatever your skill is to get you to the league, you should be able to display that. You know, I mean, a baller is going to be a baller, and I agree with you on that, Guillermo. A baller is a baller. I don't care who you throw out there as a coach. If you can ball, you can ball.
A lot of these guys aren't students of the game, bro. A lot of these guys don't love.
You're right.
And I would give this. I would say this excuse, right? Again, you have kids who've been recruited at the age of 8, right? You do have basketball fatigue, where some of these kids are growing up. Their parents kind of use as a cash cow to get them out of whatever situations they're in. So I can understand the fatigue, right, and the mental anguish. But once you're in the game, the only way to succeed on a high level like that, you have to be a student of the game on some level, man.
Yeah, because everybody athletic at this level. Everybody's 6'4", 6'6", whatever.
Poetry.
Hey, you know what I mean? What's going to separate you is your work ethic.
I'm not a LeBron James fan, but this dude has photographic memory. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, he's a scary individual when it comes to that. He's uberly talented mentally and physically. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, that's what separates him.
The game, man. You have to be a student of the game. Dame Lillard, I forgot who brought it up. They said that he watches every NBA game. If that's not dedication, I don't know what is. You know what I mean? You can talk about, I'm going to be like Kobe. Kobe was a psycho when it came to basketball. Jordan, they were borderline psychos.
Crazy, yeah. Them boys was crazy, man. Both of them boys was crazy. They would have done it if they'd had to cut their hand off to win the game. They would do it.
I'm pretty sure if Kobe, I've always felt like Kobe would tear off a tendon or something if it got in the way. Like kind of like, remember when Ronnie Lott cut off part?
The pinky just got that.
Yeah,
to stay in the game. I can see Kobe doing some wild crap like that. I can see Kobe doing that, man. Rest in peace, Kobe, man.
When you think about it, remember when the cat tore that Achilles? That stick out to it. I mean, to go and shoot free throws, you know he had to been in a lot of pain. Bro, I mean, how in the world?
You're not supposed to stand on a toilet.
No, you're not supposed to. No. And that I was like, this dude here, man, he's a monster.
Kobe, man.
Playing with dislocated fingers and.
Can I ask that question? Mm-hmm. If I was Sacramento, would I want Andrew Wiggins and Kelly Oubre, or would I want Julius Randle and Frank Ntilikina?
Wait, would I rather want?
You said Kelly Oubre and who? Wiggins.
Yep.
I'm taking Kelly Oubre and Wiggins. Are you?
Yeah, I'm taking that. I'm taking Kelly Oubre all day.
Harrison Barnes going back to Golden State.
Well, you say you think Harrison Barnes going to go back to Golden State?
I think Harrison Barnes going to be included in that.
That'd be a good fit. He knows the system.
Wait, hold on. I'm confused. So you just said that would I rather have Kelly Oubre and Wiggins or Frank and Randall?
Yeah, I don't think. I think the trade hasn't happened because the Knicks ain't willing to give up that draft pick.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, but how did you get to Harrison Barnes? I'm so confused.
I just read the rumor about who would be involved in the trade if Buddy Hield goes to Golden State. They added.
Okay.
My bad.
You good.
Where did you read it at? What website?
Look up Buddy Hield, and it's the first article that comes up on Google. But and that got sent out 3 hours ago. But they were saying Buddy Hield and Harrison Barnes, and for Kelly Oubre and Andrew Wiggins, it has to be done by December 11th.
Well, that's interesting. But I tell you this, back to that New York Post article, Tibbs let it be known when they asked him if there was going to be any trades made. He said anything could happen.
Yep.
And that's the right answer.
So that lets you know ain't nothing set in stone. And that's all right. You're right, Steve. That's the right answer. You got a new coach coming in trying to set his culture. Hey, everything is on the table.
Mm-hmm.
As it should be.
You know?
These guys got to wake up, man. Like, yo, bro, this is the NBA. Millions of dollars at stake, man. They don't care about they don't care, man. Is it what have you done for me lately, league, man? Why do you think you get paid the millions of bucks, man? It's brutal. It's a brutal freaking game, man. Like, there's someone always hungrier right there. That's why I tell these kids, I'm like, do not depend on the coaching. I got to talk to these guys. I'm saying, like, I don't know any of these guys, but just, I get pissed. Like, I want Frank and I want my homegrown players to kill it. I would love for us to have a team like the Heat where most of our players are doing well at homegrown, or the Warriors, right? But come on, man. Like, Frank,
I think it's too early with this rumor right now. I don't.
Not
I'm
really.
not so. Yeah, I think it's too early. I'm sorry to say.
You need clicks. People need clicks, man. Knicks
But I don't think so, for the simple fact that you got preseason so close. The season is so close. So stuff like this is gonna have legs, and something's gonna happen. We all been saying, hey, Guillermo, how long we been saying that we know a trade is coming?
I know.
I think it'll be a Westbrook.
How long we been saying that? We knew a trade was coming because we got too many point guards. We've been saying that.
That's true. And then also the draft picks that
to get Toppin and Julius Randle play the same position. We know something coming.
Julius, I don't see Julius being moved. I'm sorry about that.
I know you love Julius. I think you got a Julius tattoo, I think.
Nah, man. Just like you would have a Frank tattoo. You're more likely to have a Frank tattoo than me have a Julius tattoo. Come on, man.
Hey, these kids drive. You remember Al McGuire?
Al McGuire, yeah.
I think I remember that name.
Yeah, he was a famous coach, but also an announcer. And I remember him years ago talking to the kids at the McDonald's All-American, and he said, statistically, you have a greater chance. You're the cream of the crop in high school. You're here at this game, but statistically, you have a greater chance of getting hit by lightning than making the big show.
Yeah.
And yet the kids had to look, no, but I'll be the one who makes it. And he's like, I'm trying to get through to you kids, get an education, but you're going to maybe have 2 or 3 years, even if you do make it, because somebody's always going to be going after your job.
Yep.
Right.
And I wish they take that to heart, man.
Well said.
Yeah, you know how that goes. As y'all just made me think about my cousin that when he played baseball in high school, he was Mr. Baseball for the state of South Carolina, and went to a doggone powerhouse college that they were known for putting out like players in the league, Spartanburg Methodist. And I remember when he called me when I was in Tennessee after I got out the Army, and I remember he started asking me about the Army, and I was like, Twanny, don't do it, man. Don't do it. I said, you right there, man. I said, the only thing you have to do is just, take what the coach is telling you. But you know what happened? He got there and he was no longer the man on campus, like how he was in high school. Your resume is clean when you get to college. Everybody on the same playing field. You gotta earn your place, your keep. And so, and I remember when he got older, when he got about maybe, we got back to talking like when he was about like 30 and started having, had kids and everything. And I asked him about that, and he told me, because I remember he told me, he said, man, college ain't for me. And I was like, I knew what it was. And I asked him, when he got older, I said, you made that move. I said, because it was rough with those other players running. And he was like, yeah. He said he had a problem with dealing with that. And that's what happened to a lot of guys, man. They burn out. When they ain't the man no more, they burn out. Think of how many guys that came through the NBA that was uber talented, that it didn't translate.
Yep.
And the funniest thing is, on the flip side, there's some guy who was unheralded, wasn't the scouts didn't really give a damn about him, and they worked their way up. Happens in every sport, man.
And you know what's going to happen also in that analogy? The NFL.
Of course.
You look at the guys who make the team in the NFL. Those later draft picks, those are the ones who tend to be in the league a long time. Them guys that are first round picks, they miss more often than not on them first 2 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Because Parcells always said you have athletes and then you have football players, and they're 2 different things. You know, I heard Guillermo bring up, because there are Jets. You know, Vernon Golston. You could have a guy who's a combine freak and he has everything, and it doesn't translate into the game. And then, like you said, you have a 6th-round draft choice who's a monster because he's a football player.
Tom Brady.
They put in just real quick in Vernon Golston's contract, right? He was so bad that they put a $9 million kicker if he got 1 sack.
Wow. Wow, they're trying to motivate him that much?
$9 million.
They ain't say 900,000, 9 mil.
Bro,
I tell you.
I'd take steroids for at least 5 weeks straight. Just to 1 sack, hit the 9 million, and I'll just retire.
And he still didn't make the 9 million.
But Steven, you made me think about another player that was uber talented, could have went down arguably as one of the best quarterbacks ever. Had a cannon of an arm.
Jay Cutler.
Well, he could be in that boat too. Old
let me guess. I got it. I know who you're gonna say. Oh, from Ball State. Was he with the Colts?
I believe what's the guy name? Because Guillermo, you made me forget his name for a minute. I had his name right on the tip of my tongue. Right on the tip of my tongue. George, what's his name? Something George. Jeff George.
Jeff George.
Yeah.
Jeff George. Yep.
Jeff George.
Ridiculous.
That guy had a cannon.
Oh my God, yeah.
And I'm telling you, I'm a Dolphins fan, and I saw Marino, and his arm was stronger than Marino.
Yep.
His out pat, he could throw it out like a bullet, man.
Yep, they said he could just make every throw on the field, man. He was just disgusting, man. And exactly, his attitude was just I didn't get
Ryan Leaf is another one.
Oh my God, Ryan.
Great in college, came into the NFL and was a bust.
Terrible bust, man. That's why these kids, man, is like I don't know. I feel like because the team has been so bad, they think they have excuses, right? And then when you bring in a new regime, even if the regime is bad, they didn't draft you. They don't they're not married to you. Your success, your failure, right? Unless they feature you heavily, right? Your continued failure on the Knicks team, like it doesn't weigh in on them. Like if Thibodeau drafted, God forbid, I hope this doesn't happen, but say they drafted Obi Toppin and he becomes like a recluse or like a mental case, right? And he's just a big total failure, and they draft somebody else after him, and he becomes a failure, and they just keep drafting failures, right? Then it's like, all right, now you're looking like freaking Matt Millen of the Lions. You know what I mean? Now we got to get rid of you because you're drafting terribly and the team is doing poor, right? But a guy like Frank and DSJ's guys, they're not married to these guys. So it's up to those guys to show and prove like, hey, that's what I'm getting mad. If it's true with Frank, I'll be disgusted kind of with Frank because all that humility and all that stuff is phony, bro. Like, it'd be one thing if Frank was giving you 15 and 6 off of like 39% shooting from 3 and like, you know what I mean? Get into the line 4 times a game or something like that. It's like, all right, man, they screwed him over. You know what I mean? He's not doing that. So where does he come off thinking that like he's above being a 3-and-D player? If that's the case, who the hell is this guy?
To me, I think that would suit him great, man. Because you can still handle the ball at the point guard. I mean, at the 2-guard position as well. So I mean, it is, you know what it is too, Guillermo.
They already have
guys don't want to be coached no more, man. Guys don't want to be coached. I mean, sometimes the coach got to save you from yourself.
That's very true.
Well said, Ron. I feel like Frank gets a lot of protection too with the fans too. He just
boy, you be hard on Frank.
No, I'm hard because I need to be. I'm tough because I need to be tough. I'm tough because I need to be tough. People like you, you guys will give him the starting job just because.
I guess it balances out. You be tough on Frank, I be tough on Julius. I guess it balances out in the end.
No, you want Julius traded. See, at least I don't say I want Julius traded. You would trade him.
Hey, I told you.
Any scenario.
I gave him a new slate, but he gonna have to get rid of that spin move, and he gonna have to share. If he can share with others. I don't want him traded, but if he can't share that ball,
hold on, Ron. It was a clean slate.
Let me ask God this.
It was a clean slate. Hold on.
Could play at the same time.
Hold on. Ron, you said it was a clean slate. The Knicks have $18 million in cap space, and the first thing you said, I'd rather not trade Frank, but I'll trade Julius. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? I know the first person.
Only reason why, think about it. It's called economics and it's called basketball fit, right? Economics got to make sure the economics is always straight. That way, it keeps your team relevant. You're not gonna fall off, and you keep the books right. But you can't have two players that play the same position.
Yeah, you could.
No.
Somebody needs to come off the bench.
And you can't. You're not gonna make the man you just drafted come off the bench. He's a part of the new culture setting.
I don't understand.
Especially when Tibbs came out of his own mouth and said, the guy is ready to play day one. So you think he's gonna put him on the bench? Especially, and then let's talk about the fitness test. He shattered the fitness test.
That don't mean nothing.
That's like
you know what I mean?
Combine. That don't mean shit.
Yeah,
that's Ron. This is
I trust when I had Tibbs say the guy is ready to play day one. So that's all you need to know on why this situation with Julius is going to be what it is.
Well,
they wouldn't even be talking about trading him if they didn't felt so strong about Obi. If they didn't think about, put it this way, if they felt so strongly about Julius, they would have never drafted Obi.
No.
They would have never drafted him.
You still need to draft him.
They would have never drafted him.
Nah,
they would have went and got a point guard.
Listen.
If they felt like Julius Randle was a part of the future, they would not have drafted Obi.
Ron, I feel like
and Julius knows it. You see him in the presser, how he's looking now.
Okay.
Well, like this.
Well, wait, hold on.
You're the Blazers and you have Clyde Drexler. Will you draft Jordan?
Perfect example.
Hey, you know I would draft Jordan.
Available, man. It's best player available.
You know I would draft Jordan. But with that being said, Guillermo,
and
I'm going to keep Drexler now that I got Jordan.
Okay.
Yeah, you could hold on to him.
To do what?
Look, you had Pippen and Jordan.
Now. Mind you, he's just not as talented.
I mean, Jordan did get hurt his second season. Let's not forget.
But he's talented, but just not as talented as Jordan.
You can change their roles.
But
you can change the role and do it with him.
Ron, here's the problem that I feel that I take issues with. People, why do fans want to give players everything? It's like I feel like fans have this concept of like, oh, I don't want you to have it hard. Here, just take it. Like it doesn't work like that in the NBA. It doesn't work like that. I feel like even on the real world, it doesn't work like that. You have to constantly prove yourself until you say, you know what, I got to give this guy this spot, man. I don't have another choice.
Well, Moses, I'm gonna tell you like this, man. When you see what happened with these moves, I can assure you, if I was a betting man and I don't gamble. Because I love my money. I don't like taking the chance of losing my money.
You would lose a lot. You would lose a lot because I can listen to it. You would lose a lot.
I can tell you right now, you putting your money on Julius staying on this team this year, you'll be a broke man.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I probably would have listened to somebody who doesn't gamble. That'll be the first.
And you better listen to somebody who don't gamble because he gonna help you to keep your money.
No. I would have listened to you. I would take my risk. I'll tell you why. You gotta go with people who are. You gotta build that culture of constantly proving yourself. You guys I feel, and why I'm always in debating with you guys is I'm dealing with a bunch of here. I want to give you this. Here, I want to give you this. I want to give you everything. It doesn't work like that. You guys want to spoil your kids. That doesn't work like that.
Oh no,
you gotta. And then these kids grow up entitled. I tell you what. Many Knicks fans. I feel. Let me say.
They'll tell you their daddy ain't never been no one to spoil them.
I feel like many Knicks fans. If they were coaching the Knicks, these players will feel so entitled. Listening to you guys because you guys would just give them everything, and they won't have nothing to prove. It's like hey, you should start. You should play 30 minutes.
But you trying to make Randall look like Randall is second coming of Jordan or somebody, man. Let's be real. Let's be real. Let's just be real.
I said Randall coming off the bench before many times.
I got one for you now. I got one for you. If Randall was such this great player, he would have never been gone from the Lakers. He would have never been gone from the Pelicans.
Well, he left as a free.
He's on his third team. Third team.
13.
Let that sink into
And
your
the
head.
Knicks wanted him, and the Knicks wanted him. They paid him. They wanted him. Really wanted him.
He was plan B. He was not plan A.
Okay, plan B works. We need a plan B in the team anyway.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
That plan B was to get the press off their back.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Thank you, Steven. Be the voice of the reason.
Their back.
Come on,
The Knicks
man.
needed talent.
Randall was a
talent.
fallback plan, man.
No. The Knicks needed talent. They don't have talent. They need some talent. Hold up. Randall's producing. He has talent. Let's get him in the roster.
Yeah, but that at the expense of the other guys' flow and rhythm.
Who's flowing with him?
The other players that play with Randall.
The guys who needed look that you just said, or somebody just talking about these guys need development and stuff. How do you get that with a guy just Randall, who, let's be honest, he should have been, not to say he was the worst, I'm not saying he's the reason for
ball hog extraordinaire.
Yeah, but was a ball hog at times, made really bad decisions. And he should, and when I say make bad decisions, he was in a better position to make, or he's in a position to make better decisions because he was not a rookie. He wasn't a young player. He's been in the league for a while.
Exactly.
He played, he said he learned a lot from Kobe. Well, Kobe wasn't a ball hog at times. So he
learned how to be a ball hog from Kobe.
You better make me drop that cup.
I have a point.
Hey, that's a good point, though. You proving the point. It goes back to the point, man. You better not put all your stock in Randall.
I'm
3 teams. Let that sink in. And he's 20 what?
Look,
he's 20 what?
26.
24.
26 and 3 teams. Man, come on, man. I'm gonna tell you like Chris Carter would say, come on, man.
Why do you like Randall? Not say you shouldn't like, but it's like
Biden said that.
I think he's look. I think he could be coached.
Well, you know what?
It's not like
they brought his coach in from Kentucky. So if this guy don't, hey,
that's very.
You remember how you was talking about guys got to earn it, right?
Yeah, he got to earn it too. I agree.
They're basically spoon feeding Randall right now by bringing in his man from Kentucky.
Well, no, that he needs coaching. No. We're not going to ignore. We're not going to ignore that he doesn't need coaching. He needs coaching, but at least he's out there proving himself.
Proving what? What have he proven? What has he proven?
He can rebound. He can.
Man, come on, man.
You got to give me that. You got to start with something.
Start with something. Hey, how many games Randall lost us? How many games we lost because of Randall?
We were. Listen, that roster had a lot going on. There's so many going on.
How many games the game was on the line did Randall lose us?
I
don't
know. See, that's the thing. Like you want to put
how many games he lost down the stretch.
Now, to answer that question, were the Knicks on win mode last season, or were they tanking last season?
No, they
weren't tanking. They was on win mode.
They was
trying to win.
I don't know.
They knew this seat was hot coming into the season.
The Knicks were not in win mode last season. They were trying to.
Mills literally said, "I thought this team could have been a playoff team, bro. They were definitely in win mode."
Like, thank you, Guillermo.
You're thinking of the rookie season, the Fizzles.
And they're in win mode, and they look to flip Marcus Morris, and Steve Mills got Marcus Morris.
You proving the point.
Steve Mills because he didn't trade Marcus Morris or something like that.
You proving the point. They were in win-now mode. They were in win-now mode so much that they put all the rookie players, the young players on the bench, so they can start them veterans. Alfred Payton, your boy Julius Randle.
Alfred Payton was hurt the first half of the season,
but he was brought in so they could try to win.
Well, he wasn't. But he
wasn't brought in.
They already lost too many games by the time he came back. They already lost a lot of games by the time he got back. And
man, you got fancy facts, man. Julius ain't in the future.
You know
man.
Who was starting though? You know who's getting a lot of those minutes? It was probably Frank.
I appreciate you though, man. Hey, you consistent.
I'm trying to keep it on.
You consistent.
RJ Barrett too was playing point guard too. That's the but people want to forget that. They just say, you know what? I just remember Randall's spin move, and that's all I need to remember.
No,
hey, that's
when you come in and the thing about Randall is that Randall did have production behind him to back up some of the so-called acclaim, right? But to play at times, I'm not saying he did the whole year, but to play like the way he did, you're just like, dog, you should know better. Like he was the most talented player on the team.
And I give you that.
He didn't really, you know what I mean? Like I don't know.
That's nothing but a trap when you guys say that. He was the most talented.
Who was
player.
more talented than Randall? Who was more talented on the team than Randall? Come on.
RJ was up there. Come on now.
RJ's not.
Come on now. RJ's drawing fouls.
RJ,
come on now. He's drawing fouls. Come on.
RJ had a 40.
We don't want to give him. We don't want to hold him accountable. That's fine. But
at the basket, RJ Barrett had a 47% field goal percentage, which was below, I believe, below average, way below average. Terrible, right? Randall had what, 67, 60 something? Stephen Fox might find it. I had it on the chart, but I closed down everything I had.
Come on.
So yeah, Randall.
You guys want to want to blame the whole season on Julius Randall.
I literally.
So how many of us here feel like Randall is our future?
Randall's got 63%.
Ask the chat. Let's find out from the chat. Who all believe that Randall is in our future?
Most people in the chat shouldn't be gambling anyways, then.
Yo, this guy, God is.
Hey,
you witty now. You witty. You real witty.
Because you guys, that's what it is with you guys. I figured it out. You guys just don't know how to gamble, man. Just can
y'all please
hold on to your money, hold on to your opinions too. Sometimes,
y'all please bring Chuck in here, man.
Hey, man.
You guys.
Hey, I'm seeing 100% so far, and it ain't good.
What about not?
Anyways, so RJ Barrett.
That's a good topic for discussion.
No,
let's talk about all the players on our roster.
Truth be told.
Yeah.
Alfred Payton also catches a lot of hell. He was gone the first half of the season. Everybody hates his guts.
You know what?
Work like that.
And not hating, but we just dislike. Because hate is a strong word to use.
Well, strongly
dislike. We strongly dislike his playing style. You know why? Because there's always two kids on the playground that they play with each other and nobody else.
Yep.
Julius Randle, Alfred Payton.
But look, at the end of the day, RJ Barrett was running the point.
No,
he was running the point. So listen, he gotta let Payton acclimate himself, give him time, and then he has to learn the table.
He's a veteran.
Nah, it takes time. This Knicks roster was really different, man.
Y'all bugging, man.
That's why they brought him back. They brought him back because he just needed to get himself together. It's like, wait a minute, what's going on? How are we running it's not like you could just jump into any team just because you're a veteran. You could just, I'm going to jump into the. I'm going to go to the Nets. I'm going to go to the Nets, and I'm going to just, it's not, he has to. Anyway, so he was gone for 3 months or something like that. I forgot how many months.
I agree with the chat. I believe it's Kevon said that your boy is a backup. A backup point guard.
So is Frank. So is Frank. What's bad about a backup point guard? If Frank is a backup point guard, what's the difference?
You know what's bad about a backup point guard? You want to know? What's bad about a backup point guard?
I have an idea, but what
that means? That means if you got a backup point guard, you still looking for your starting point guard.
And that's what's happening with Frank.
That's what's going with us right now. If Alfred Payton is our starting point guard, you best believe Cade Cunningham or somebody like him will be in the Knicks uniform.
You were talking Cade Cunningham 2 days ago. Even as much as you have, as much as a fan of Frank, you still talk Cade Cunningham. You probably were talking LaMelo Ball this draft earlier too.
Early on in the season, in the offseason, I wouldn't have mind having LaMelo. I wouldn't have mind. I would rather have Lonzo. I tell you this, I'd rather do a trade with Alfred Payton, sending him back to the Pelicans for Lonzo.
They're not going to do that.
See, that's my whole thing. A lot of people.
I would love that trade.
People be like, "Yo, Frank is a starter. He should be starting, and this and that." And then once you talk LaMelo Ball, oh man, Frank is coming off the bench. Frank is.
Hey, Steven, we know Frank. We know Frank did well with others. We know he got his shortcomings, but as a ball player, if you a ball hog,
nobody. I'm gonna tell you something.
You know what Julius Randle is? Julius Randle is the black hole.
No. I'm gonna tell you what happened. As much as most Frank fans be the first one to tell you, I want LaMelo Ball or Cade Cunningham, and most fans that dislike that just say, hey, listen, Frank is nothing but a backup, and this, that, and that argues with you guys, doesn't even think about drafting a point guard. That's mostly you guys. I'm gonna tell you,
You
that's a
guys?
reality. Most Frank fans be the
Oh,
first
man,
one
you
to
tripping.
draft a Cade Cunningham or Alonzo or go for Alonzo Ball or Cade Cunningham, LaMelo Ball, or Alonzo Ball. Most Frank fans are like that. And then the people who say, Frank is nothing but a backup, why you guys are capping and this, that, or the third, they want to draft a James Wiseman. They want to draft an Obi Toppin. And you're
I
like,
think
why are
Julius
these
got you
guys?
on the payroll.
Hmm?
Julius got you on the payroll.
Man,
You
I'm
probably
not
got
a
some
payroll.
Julius Randle.
I just recognize.
paraphernalia.
I
I
just
think you got a jersey.
no.
Julius Randle jersey.
I just recognize that the criticism you don't want to give Frank. You
I
give
give him
most
his
people.
criticism
Most
now.
people will give it to Julius
He,
Randle.
he
I
don't
recognize that.
shoot like he need to. Go
Frank,
look at my video. I
my
talked
man,
about
the whole
hey,
off. Listen,
Steven,
listen.
tell
We
him
have
about that
RJ
video you
Barrett.
saw
RJ,
when I was
I
talking
got a
about
question for you.
playtime is over.
When has
I
RJ
called out
Barrett?
everybody who was playing.
When has RJ Barrett ran an offense? When has he ever been a point guard in the league? And he's running the point for like 3 months into the
He
season.
wasn't. What games did you see?
Yeah, I don't know what game.
Who was Alfred Payton when Alfred Payton was gone? Who was running the point guard?
You had Frank.
But I don't think Frank was starting. I don't think Frank was starting in those games.
He started 26 games last year.
And how many games did it was? I thought the lineup was Marcus Morris, Julius Randle, Taj Gibson at the forwards. The shooting guard was Reggie Bullock was gone. Wayne Ellington. Wasn't Ellington starting some games too? Ellington and RJ Barrett was starting as the backcourt.
Fizz tried that junk, I think maybe 1 or 2 games, and it got scrapped quick. Like he realized that wasn't gonna work. I think it might have been maybe 2 games where RJ was playing the point, and that experiment.
Okay, maybe that just stuck in my head. So
RJ statistically played more minutes at power forward than he did at point guard last season.
Yeah, God, you were off, man.
I apologize for that.
He always
coming at us.
I bet you know what position Julius Randle was playing. You know what position Julius Randle was playing? The one where he wasn't passing the ball to nobody else. The black hole. That's what I'm gonna call him. That's his.
You just want to give him all the blame. Give him all the blame for. You want to give. If you could blame Julius Randle for tanking 2017 and tanking 2018, you would do that too, man.
Hey. Julius got you on the payroll, man. I'm convinced.
No.
I'm convinced he got you on the payroll.
Been hanging with that a lot lately. That's all.
From Randall when he took the ball away from Frank for that technical foul and he missed it. It was like, who do you think you are? who made you the leader, right? And so it's like the thing about Julius Randle, you can't sit here and say, "Oh, but you guys want to put the blame on." But if Julius Randle is positioned himself as a leader of the team by doing things like that, then he has to take the blame as well. Not for everything. Again, not even for 50, 40%, right? But he takes he's the most experienced and talented player, like if you put that together, right, on the team. And he's pulling that type of stuff. Did he galvanize any of the players to play well around? Like, you know what I mean? It's just you know what it is about Julius Randle? God, I think I just expected more from him. I'm not itching on him. He was productive.
I know what you mean. When he came out of Kentucky, yeah, everybody expected more.
I just expected more from for the Knicks. Like I thought that he would. You know what I think would have killed it if he got drafted when Fizzo first started. I think RJ would have killed it on a team that really didn't have anything. Like they had no direction. Like I think RJ Barrett would have killed, right? Like that first year of Fizzo, because Fizzo would just give him free reign to basically do whatever he wanted. Not say that's good development, but he would have killed, right? And then Randall was just like him and Payne. It was just like Ron said, two kids in the sandbox, just. And everyone else is like just there for the show. And I'm just like, no, I don't understand why I'm doing this. I don't get it. Marcus Morris galvanized more plays around him than Julius Randle. And he was
I tell you what, he was arguably our heart and soul.
He was our heart and soul. And he was supposed to be just a role player. He was really a mistake because Rich Paul's is a slimy piece of ish. So he wasn't supposed to be here.
I tell you what, we made him money, is what happened.
Yeah, he made money.
That contract that he got, they looked at them numbers.
Yeah.
And you know what else about Marcus Morris? There, Moses? He was a smart ball player. He shared the ball with others. He shared the basketball.
I was there. I saw the Luka game. That was a good game, man. Frank actually stepped up. That game I actually liked Frank when he stole the ball from Luka, and I saw that DSJ when he dunked it. Man, that caught me by surprise. I didn't see.
By the way, Frank has
I was surprised by both of them. So
I think it's posting and toasting in film school. Frank has the best defensive stats against Luka Doncic out of any player with qualifying.
But
that says a lot there.
Just put it on there. Luka
Doncic.
You can't call him a superstar, and then when Frank defends it, but Luka's slow. No. Superstar is superstar.
Exactly.
It's hard to guard. So, yeah,
that's why the stuff that Alan Hahn said was bullshit. Exactly.
Again,
I didn't see that.
But guys like Alan Hahn, like they're doing this because they want clicks.
Exactly.
Like, dogs, you don't need clicks. Like I didn't watch it, right? But I heard of what he said, right? I'm just like, dogs, you should have a little bit more integrity. You've seen Frank play. You say, who did he shut down? Blah blah. It's like, dogs, you analyze these games every day. Not saying that
Luka shut down Kyrie.
Guillermo, I don't respect a lot of them guys, them commentators and stuff like that. I don't respect a lot of them guys, and even some of them guys that was ex-basketball players. They get on them panels, and then they forgot that how the game was. I'm like, come on, man, don't start saying these ignorant stuff that y'all have coming out y'all mouth sometime, man. I'm just for the TV, but you know what it is? That machine behind them telling them what to say. And that's all it is.
The issue with Randall also is I think New York fans are the most educated students of the game. So when you see a player do that stupid spin move, have turnovers, get double teamed, not kick the ball out, we're not going to forgive that shit.
Give it time.
He's been in the league how many years, God? What are you talking about?
He's only going to improve. He's going to get better. He's going to get better. I believe you this. He's one thing for sure. Julius Randle will get better. He's going to fix a lot of that. He got a good coach behind him. He got and assistant coaches. He got people around him that can really give him a vision, a direction how he should play his game.
We all know the definition of insanity, not linsanity. We know the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing.
I just hope Frank steps up like Julius Randle's going to step up this season.
Yep, Julius Randle is going to step up and get on that train.
I'm telling you, Frank might be in that same train. Be careful. Frank might be in that same train. Be careful.
He might be. Yeah,
he might. Hey, like I tell you, man, Mr. Leon Rose,
you gotta be humble. Just work with what you got.
Everybody don't know this, man.
Ron,
Playtime is over, Moses.
Sometimes it's better to work with what you have and just be humble.
Yeah, I agree. But playtime is over.
Keep your Frank. I keep my Randall. Let's.
You know what we can agree on? All of us can agree on this little panel. Playtime is over, buddy.
Yeah.
Ain't no more playing no sandbox.
No.
Ain't no more playing.
Hey, guy, you still got the link?
Me?
Put it in the chat again.
I don't know how to.
How did you do it before?
I don't know. That wasn't me. That was
I'm scrolling through the comments to see if it's on.
I have to hit shift. Hold on. See, man.
Where Freezy at, man?
Yeah, he on his phone.
Oh, okay.
You don't know if you can do it.
When you hit the link, you supposed to hit shift and the button, or you supposed to hit command?
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to copy the link.
Oh, just press invite. Press invite, right? Wait, are you on your phone or your laptop?
I'm a laptop. I see the link over here.
Yeah, just press copy. It doesn't give you option to just press copy, right?
No, let me see. Hold on. Command.
It's Control C. Control C the
is a copy and Control V is a paste.
Yeah, but it should give you the option to copy the thing directly.
No.
Oh wait! Hold up. Who start? Oh, because
just
start the stream.
Right click it.
I can't. It's only got one button to click. I don't got.
Yeah, I think because
shout out to Sherwin. Sherwin said today's NBA is not about defense; it is about scoring. You are correct.
Until you get to the playoffs.
Exactly.
To start DSJ. Alan Hahn said to start DSJ. So I don't know. I take his word with a grain of salt. Then if he's talking about all this Frank stuff, and granted, yes, Frank does need to improve, but. You know, he's capping right now a little bit. If you talking about DSJ should start, like, and don't you know Tom Thibodeau's offense? Like, don't these guys know? Like,
hey, y'all should have asked him what he was smoking.
Yeah. They get on now. Now the internet. Now everybody's on the internet, and people aren't watching cable as much. Now he has to cap just for a few views. I don't know. I just feel that's corny, man. Like
he was capping hard.
Yeah, like come on, dogs.
Probably he want all the smoke. I just see him in an alley. He'll choke. He'll go run. He'll go run the other way.
All the smoke.
He was talking about he from Long Island the whole show too.
Wow.
Hey,
point.
It ain't where you from, it's where you at.
Right, yeah. There's some dudes in freaking. Where was the Unabomber from? He was a psycho and he killed how many people? Like he wasn't.
That
from
dude wasn't playing.
Come on, man. I've heard that. Yo, I'm from Brooklyn, son, and he got knocked out by some kid from Wyoming.
Hey,
Wyoming, no.
Hey, overconfidence is a problem, boy.
Man. I don't know how to copy it, man.
Ask Nate about it.
Oh, come on, man.
I don't know how to copy it, man. I don't.
Never mind.
I just put something. Oh, okay.
Show you the link.
Nate's still asleep.
Come on, man.
Nick in the building too.
I saw one with the Simba. They had like a.
Chuck, what up, Chuck?
What's up? What's up?
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Nick, what's up, Nick?
Oh, this the man who I be cracking up at. I be seeing in the chat. He be putting
Nick, talk. Nick had words for me.
that's
Nick,
a
talk
funny
to me,
one.
Nick.
Are you ready to rumble?
That's got a Moses Daddy right there. What's up?
No. Get it.
Man.
What's going on?
Man.
Frank Riccolina?
Man. One question.
All right.
Oh,
Frank, you said Frank's point guard, right?
Yep.
Oh, Lord.
Name me one past first point guard that averaged 3 assists. One
pass first point guard that averaged 3 assists.
Yep.
Let me see.
Andre Miller.
What you mean currently in the league?
Anytime, forever.
Have a good day, Ron. Have a good day, man.
Go with a BJ Armstrong. At least 3.
BJ Armstrong was not a pass first point guard. He was a spot up shooter.
He was a spot up shooter when he got it, but he wasn't one of them guys who's gonna come down and just light you up.
But he was the same thing Taxman.
Not with this new age point guard situation we're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
That guys are enamored with this 2K league point guards they're looking for. You know that ain't no true point guard. I see that grin underneath your chin. Mine is shaved right now, so you know that a true point guard look like. Only thing anybody can say about Frank is the guy needs to be more assertive. If he was taking more shots and he averaged 12 to 15, this wouldn't even be a conversation about who the point guard would be.
All right, if he was taking more shots, he would be missing more shots. But
I don't think so.
Let me ask you
the guy shoot 80-something% from the free throw line, and normally that translates into shooting.
That's 3 free throws a month. 3 free throws a month.
Hey, I don't care. I don't care if it's 10.
If it was
you
10,
are what your numbers say you are. Ain't Bill Parcells told you that? You are what your records say you are.
Yeah, but that means that he's not really proven if he doesn't have enough attempts. So I'll say that. I'm just saying.
Hey, you are what your records say you are. Let's look at it this way. You dating you trying to go up with this young lady, and let's say she gave you a number. You asked her for a number. She gave you the number, right? And every time you call that number one time, she don't answer the phone. The next day you call her, she don't answer the phone. Next day come by, you call her, she don't answer the phone. What you gonna assume?
She don't want me.
Thank you. You are what your records say you are. That's just 3 calls.
All right, Frank been in the league 3 years.
How many coaches?
Now
he was bad under all of them.
So when you
I'm gonna have to use it, Legion. I'm gonna have to use it.
So hold up. If that girl doesn't call back, right? Since you want to say your coaches, that's like if the girl didn't call back because she's freaking sick and dying, right? You can't pick that.
Hey, you with it, you with it, man.
You cheating now, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Again, there have been players in the league that have improved without good coaching. Frank, the Knicks are not the only bad team, the only team that had inconsistent coaching, man.
Hey, but you know what though? We all can agree to this. Things magnified when you're in New York.
But he averaged 5 points in France. He averaged 5 points in France. Let me ask you one more question.
Mm-hmm.
Can you send me out of 3 years? Can you send me one clip of him running the fast break? Just one, coast to coast, one time. One time.
I'm find this. Screw this. I'm gonna find it.
Hey, find that, Guillermo.
I'm trying to find it.
One time.
Hey, Steven, find that. I know you, man. You good with them analytics and them videos, man. Pull that up, Steve.
One time, Steve.
The professor.
Steve, please. So
who you want for the point guard position? Let me guess. DSJ.
Yeah.
Well, Frank ain't a point guard.
You look like you want DSJ.
Frank ain't a point guard. Let me get that out first.
Hey,
who you want to start though? Who you want to start at point guard with these point guards we got?
I think Peyton earned it so far because of last year. He was the best point guard last year.
Yeah, I agree.
So
best at what?
We don't see camp. We don't see camp, right? So we can only go by what happened last year.
Hey, Moses, I'm gonna use your own words against you in this argument now.
Go ahead.
Didn't you say Frank can't shoot? What about Peyton? Can Peyton shoot?
Peyton can create. Peyton's the point guard.
Can he shoot? Can Peyton shoot?
Alfred Payton.
He can't even shoot free throws.
Let me finish.
I can go out there and shoot more free throws right now.
All right, when
but he has 7 assists.
But he can't shoot free throws.
10 points and 7 assists. Listen, 10 points and 7 assists.
That's his point guard job is to get others involved, and that's what he does. Frank don't do that. Frank don't do that. How you pass first and average 3 assists? That's disgusting. That's not supposed to happen.
What's the time on the floor for Peyton compared to Frank?
Stephen Fox.
What's the point? What's the point? The time differential on the floor. Steve, I know you can pull that up real quick. Mm-hmm. How much time on the floor Peyton was getting when he was in games?
What's that?
You got all the excuses.
No, ain't no excuses. Hey, we want receipts. Pull them up.
Mm-hmm.
I like facts. I deal in facts.
Mm-hmm.
This is crazy.
I know Frank is a better point guard than Alfred Payton.
Hey, I got a fast break.
Please show it. He got the rebound and went fast. I ain't talking about a steal at half court.
Yes, he got a steal. Yes, I'm about to say.
No, I'm talking about a full fast break. I ain't talking about a deflection off a half court or a bad pass and then it's 3-on-1 automatically. I'm talking about he got the rebound or somebody gave him the rebound and he went the distance. I ain't talking about halfway.
You seen Alfred Payton do that?
Plenty.
Don't stumble now. Hey, don't start stumbling. Don't do that, man.
Ron.
Ron. Payton played 27 minutes.
Okay.
27 minutes. So 7 more minutes than Frank, 20 minutes, right?
Correct.
I got it. Oh, no, damn it. No, I don't.
Please get it. Ron.
So that's 20. That's go ahead. Go ahead, Bricklin.
How many triple doubles Frank had? How many triple doubles Frank have?
0.
In 3 years, he ain't got none. All right, so 6'5", 6'6", never got a triple double, never ran a fast break.
He never
ran a fast break. I doubt that.
Yeah, but now you fast break, right? Oh, it has to be.
You capping, man. I know better than that.
Show it. Pull it up.
I know better than that.
You ain't got to do it today. You got all year.
Does he have to score?
Don't worry. I'll be back on here tomorrow. You make sure you show up because I like to pull out the evidence.
Please.
If you ask me something, I'm not.
Can we figure out the plus minus for those two? This is talking about the plus minus for those.
I'm not going to just say something just to be saying something.
Yeah.
So I'll bring you your evidence on Frank.
Don't do that. It'll be edited.
Nah. Okay.
Hey, Chuck, you lost all of us when you said you want Alfred to start.
No. I'm going by last year. Who was the best point guard last year on the team?
Yeah.
That guy was not the best point guard.
Right? He wasn't. Who was?
Peyton.
Yo, you guys hate to deal with it, but Alfred Payton was a better.
How long Peyton been in this league? How many years Peyton been in the league?
What they got to do with him?
Hey, answer the question. Hold on, answer the question, man.
5 or 6 seasons.
Hold on, man.
5 years. 5 years.
5
years.
What they
Frank going in what year? Huh? This Frank's what? 4th year?
Fourth. He's going on 4.
Okay. What was Alfred Payton doing in Orlando in year 3?
We talking about the Knicks.
Hey, I'm looking at. Hey, this is what I'm talking about. We talking about what both of these players were doing.
How many assists was he averaging?
In Orlando, he averaged 11 points. He had 6.4 assists.
How many rebounds?
4.4. That's with Orlando.
11, 4, and 6. That's listen, you give me that, I'm happy with that.
Frank can't do none of those.
You give me that, I'm happy with that. I could work
Frank,
with that.
hey, I know I seen Frank put up 20 in the Garden.
One time in 3 years.
More than one time. It was more than one time that he scored 20. Matter of fact, he had a game with Golden State where he had 17.
Bet it. Oh, 17
he had a game where he had 17 against Golden State
in the third quarter.
17 is not the new 20.
And
Ron,
you know what? I'm gonna have to pull up all Frank's scoring games.
I ain't gonna lie. Frank only scored 21 times.
one time, Ron. 17 is
He
not
got
the
Charlotte. What was that Charlotte game?
Washington.
What was the Charlotte game? Didn't he get 20 on Charlotte one time?
No, he got 21.
I believe he did.
That could have been DSJ. You sure it wasn't DSJ?
I know DSJ. You know DSJ.
Ron, it was a parade.
Listen,
it was a parade when he got the 20.
He
Ron, I got
only
a
had
question for you.
with the Knicks. I'm looking at Peyton. I'm sorry.
Why is it that I'm considered a hater because I want Frank to average 11, 4, and 6? Does that make me a hater?
I ain't say you a hater because you want Frank to average 11.
A lot of people in the comments say I'm a hater because I want Frank to average 11, 4, and 6. And if he doesn't give me that, then I'm a hater. That's what That's what I read a lot.
Well, basically that's delusional because he can't do 11, 4, and 6.
And let's see on the defense, who's the better defender? And this why I'm telling you,
defend, bro.
why I would
He's
want
a
Frank
defender.
to start. Let me tell you why I want Frank to start.
Chuck.
And you can record this one and you can play it back a million times. And I'll stick to my guns on this one.
Go ahead.
You know why I want Frank to start? Because at that point guard position, he's going to disrupt the other team's point guard. They're going to take longer to get up the court. I've watched that man.
That's not true.
I watched that man. Hey, hold on now. I watched that man even pick up people full court.
Never.
Yes, he did.
Oh man, you better stop that. I know you lying now. I know you talking to him yourself.
You know the strange thing about Frank in his career has never averaged one steal a game. It's always been his career average is point.
It ain't always about steals.
No, I know he's a
even when it comes to assists. Those
I'm greedy. I want the steals.
That leads to basket. That ain't an assist, and you know that. Come on now.
Yeah. Hey, Frank only had one 20 point game in his career.
Like how they talked about Oakley being so great. It was the little things that Oakley did that didn't show up on the stat sheet, right?
Don't use Oakley to make your Frank.
No. Now, I'm saying the point. Was there not little things that Oakley did that don't show up on the stat sheet?
Did you?
Answer the question. Come on now, you could be a good lawyer now because you changing the question, you changing the narrative.
I'm trying to tell you what you just did. He just told you Frank had 20 points one time
in his career.
In his career, and you went over that and act like you didn't hear him. So I want you to respond to that. The floor.
He might have had one time,
huh?
But what about the defense? Who got the better defense? Answer that.
What you saying? He had 20 more than once.
Between him and Peyton, who's the better defender? Who's the better defender?
I don't know. They're both. Alpha Payne is that good. Alpha Payne is good. Alpha Payne is really good on defense.
Look
Payne ain't better than Frank on defense.
You better look defensive rating. Look up defensive rating.
You better stop that. What's the plus minus when Frank is on the floor compared to Alfred Payton?
That's the question.
Plus minus. Look up that, Steven.
Let's look at the defense. Let's talk defense. Hold up. Let's stay with the defense. I want to stay with the defense. Let's talk defense because that's what Frank is. So how good? Who's the better defender between Frank and Alfred Payton? Let's
look up defensive win share. How about that?
Look up all the defense. We want to make it a fair argument. Ain't no cheating, ain't no nothing. Who's the better defender? I think
plus minus
Payne is good.
It's a team stat.
Exactly. Who's the best team?
What that mean? And what does that mean? You just said
who's the better defender. You can't go by plus minus because that's a team stat.
Hey, let's see. Let's get a vote in the chat.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Chuck.
It's a team stat.
Let's get the chat to vote. Who's the better defender, Frank or Peyton?
No. We got Stephen Fox. We got Stephen Fox looking at the stats right now.
Well, I'm looking up, but let the chat get into this game.
Yeah, who's the better defender, chat? Frank or, in your eyes, Frank or Peyton?
They're gonna say Frank because that's what he's known for. Because he can't do nothing else.
You only know him for what you're good at.
No, you know because he can't do nothing else. So,
man, see now you hear that? Now you hear what you just said.
Wrong.
Say that again. Say what you just said.
I'm about to explain it to you. Soon as Frank fans saw that he was terrible on offense, they immediately I'm about to make a point. They immediately said he was drafted for defense. It went right to that. He wasn't drafted for offense. He was drafted for defense. First he was drafted for the triangle.
And they ain't lying. Do you know Bill has traditionally done
somebody for defense?
Hey, in that triangle, you watch them Bulls team. You just talked about it. What the point guard was for the Bulls.
Chris Dunn.
Didn't you say they weren't traditional? But what did they do? They defend.
They were shooters. Paxson,
and they were defenders.
Shooters.
And they were defenders. Come on, man. You know that era. If you didn't play defense, you wasn't getting on the court. Come on, man. Stop that. Stop that.
Wasn't no defender.
Stop that, man. Stop that, Brickolino. You know that. You know that. You know, and Steven, be the voice of reason. In the 80s and the 90s, if you didn't play defense, where you gonna get on the court?
It's a different game, man.
Answer the question. I ain't talking about.
No,
answer the question because it's relevant to what we're talking about. Answer the question because he's saying the Knicks Frank's fan saying that he was bought for defense. That's why we got him, right? That's what Bill got him for.
But when y'all realized he was trash, y'all immediately said,
I bet you he go lock you up right now. I bet you he put you in some handcuffs right now.
Put who?
Who? That's all I'm talking to. Yeah, you.
I'll back that little
and stop. Somebody call Frank right now. Tell Frank he got barbecue chicken on the line.
I'll bug Frank. Yo.
Frank,
but again, Stephen Fox, I need you to check who's the better defender between Alfred Payton and Frank.
What's up with the win share? What's up with the defensive win share?
We won all the defensive stats. I won them all.
Come on,
make a fair assessment.
Defensive win share. What's up?
Guillermo, who's a better defender for you? Alfred Payton or Frank?
You probably like Randall too, don't you, Brickolino? You like Randall too, don't you? Hey, I can take everybody criticism, man. And we all, at the end of the day, Brickolino, that thing you got on top of your head is all that matters to me. I'm gonna tell you, players come, players go. I'm gonna still ride with the Knicks. It hurt my heart when we traded the big cap. I still roll with the Knicks. It hurt my heart when we got rid of Melo. I still ride with the Knicks, man. I don't keep my loyalty to no player, man. Once you leave the Knicks, I wish you well, but that's where everything stops.
No, but I don't like the Alfred Payton slander. He's a really good defender, and people are trying to talk like he's trash. He's a really good defender, and he can give you 11-4 and 11-4-6.
You got to admit that Alfred Payton only wanted to pass the ball to Julius Randle. I'm interested to see all of them assists averaging a game.
You might be right, but it's worked out. It might be Hashan. That's why they brought him back. But he's not trash.
Ted, if you were to bet them 7 assists a game, how many of them went to Julius?
Everybody got it pulled up, and nobody's saying nothing. So you
gotta ask Stephen Fox that. Ask Stephen Fox.
I'm trying to find it. I can't get it yet.
I wonder how many of them assists went to Julius Randle per game.
6% of Alfred Payne's assist, of his I think his assists went to Julius Randle, and then the next closest was RJ Barrett at 13%.
And how much percentage to Julius?
26.
So he doubled his output to Julius.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely had a connection. I don't know, it's bias, what you want to call it, with Julius Randle. And again, maybe it's a veteran thing. They don't trust any other players to make plays, which I think is stupid if you're playing on a young team. But again, Steve Mills put these guys all together.
Meach 524 said Payton's stats is 1 basket better than Frank and 4 assists better.
Steve, you on Basketball Reference?
Yeah, I'm on StatMuse at the moment.
Jason said Alfred and Randall led the entire league in 2 teammates passing the ball to one another.
Did they?
I believe it. I mean, we watched the same game.
And that's the game I didn't want to see again this year. Like I said, the only thing disappointing me in the front office so far is when they brought Alfred Payton back, or the all-in point guards that was available.
Because he's good. He's a good
telling me he was the best.
He's a better starting point guard than Frank right now. Like Frank is not.
He could have
got. We ain't talking about Frank right now. We talking about all the point guards.
Who are you going to put in front? Who are you going to put in front of? Who are you going to put in front of Alfred Payton? Who?
I would have rather have Dennis Schroeder than to have Alfred Payton.
Well, you know the Knicks fans are
Right.
cheap at giving up draft picks. I was telling the same thing to Chuck, and I was mad about it the other day.
Giving up draft picks. No, I ain't trying to give up no draft picks. Not when
I
you
was at level.
rebuilding.
I was at level 10 the other time when I was.
I don't like that. Not when you rebuilding. You don't give up no draft picks.
I would have given money for Rondo to come here and play half.
I would have given him the money. Rondo would have been. If we couldn't get CP3, Rondo would have been the next best player.
Listen, Frank is seventh on the team in defensive win share with 0.8. Peyton is third, 1.2.
Who's your source?
Can you see this?
Nah, I can't see that, man.
Basketball Reference.
Okay.
Source.
I have to learn how to use that better, man. You guys know how to use that stuff way better than me.
This is a website. I mean, this is a website. You use it.
See it?
No, but like how you find out about 26% went to Randall? How many passes?
I got that from the NBA side. I said that last year to Sim or
Mitch is number 1, 2.0, and Randall's 1.8. Holla at your boy. Randall's number 2.
He should be number 2 as long as he done been in the league.
Stop. No. This is for this season.
No, I'm saying as long as he done been in the league, he should know how to do something.
Fuck.
Hey, you know I'm right. Hey,
man.
Hey, it's like having children, man. When you done tell your kids to do something, you expect them to know how to do what you told them to do by the time they get a certain age, right?
Well, it's
the same with Julius. He done been in the league, what, 7 years? How long? How long you been in the league?
Frank been in the league how long and only had 20 once? Frank lead the league in
y'all hate Frank so bad, man. You and Moses, man. Y'all boys hate Frank so bad, man. I see
you
it.
See what I'm saying? Now I hate Frank.
Oh,
now I hate Frank because I want to average 11, 4, and 6. Like how that makes me a hater? Explain that to me.
I want y'all to have the same energy if Frank's still on the team.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying trade. Hold on. I didn't say trade Frank.
I want Chuck. The same energy when y'all see Frank.
Explain that to me how that makes me a hater. That I want him to average.
That same energy.
It's not a point guard, man. Let's just be.
Explain to me how that makes me a hater. That I want him to average 11, 4, and 6. Why that makes me a hater? That makes you a supporter.
I can tell you this. Frank is more versatile than Alfred Payton. Alfred Payton can't play no 2 guard.
Neither can Frank. Frank can't play.
Hey, you ain't put Alfred Payton in no 2.
Frank can't play 2 guard.
Huh?
What 2 guard averaged 6 points?
What 2 guard?
In that 20-point game, put him 6. He really a 5-point.
Why Tibbs want him to play the 2?
Because he can't play the 1.
Huh?
Because he can't play the 1. He really stinks.
I've been telling Chuck, how many months I've been saying that Frank should be playing the 2? How many months now? Teddy, how many months I've been saying Frank should be playing the 2?
And that's another thing. Frank can guard 3 positions on the floor.
Not
what
well.
About Alfred?
Not well.
But the thing is,
not well.
Chuck, what did you say on the statistics? I just looked it up.
Defensive win share?
Yeah. I have Peyton as the better defender.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, all right.
Peyton is 1.2.
1.2 wins were exactly.
Okay, and Frank is 0.1. I mean 0.8.
Correct.
Yeah. So he's tied with Gibson and Morris.
How long you looking at them numbers? Like I said, how long them boys have been in this league, man?
Now you want to change it. Now you want to change it.
Time, man.
But you want to hate that Alfred Payton is starting. But you want to hate.
I would rather see Frank out there because I know Frank gonna affect the game better defensively.
So you want to go with what you see. So you want to go with what you see. That's the problem. You want to always go with what you see versus
analytics. Analytics. The reason why Tampa Bay didn't win the World Series when they took that pitch out and the guy threw 67 pitches and he was carving them up, but they gone to some analytics, looking at analytics, and it cost them the World Series.
You got an answer for everything, Ron. You got an answer.
Ain't you always tell him? And you're an analytic guy. All numbers ain't created equal.
There's 2 things the NBA don't call no more, and one of them is benefiting Frank. One, they don't. You notice they don't call the flop. Remember they was penalizing.
Oh yeah, they were charging people for that.
They stopped out of nowhere. They didn't say they was done with it or nothing. They just stopped, and they stopped calling the hand check. Frank hand checks. His defense is with his hands because his feet is stuck in the mud.
Frank no hand check, man.
Frank, he don't hand check. He
Frank don't hand
grabbed
check.
it.
You making jokes now. Frank
I'm not
don't
making jokes. He hand checks.
Frank don't hand check. You can't hand check in the league, man.
He does it. Pull up a video. Pull up any video with him playing defense and see if he ain't hand checking. Come on. I'm here for it. Roma, pull up some Frank defense and see if he ain't hand checking. He hand checks. They just don't call it no more. That's his defense.
What Alfred Payton does.
He stay in front of his man better. Frank don't stand.
Hold up. What'd you say?
Frank uses his hips to stay in front of his man. Come on.
No, you don't. You're lying.
Yes, he does. I'm not lying.
You're lying.
I'm not lying.
I bet you.
I'm not be lying about this. I don't give a.
I bet you any amount of money he do not. He uses his hands.
Boy, I tell you, hey, y'all gonna eat some crow this year, you know.
Hey,
get ready to eat some crow, man. Hey, that thing Frank gonna serve that thing to y'all on a platter.
If there was a way you could pull up videos for every foul he made, they all when him getting beat and he happened to reach and hold and grab onto his man because he got beat off the dribble. He cannot stay in front of nobody quick. He's good with guys that's slow. That's why Luka, he's good with checking.
When Frank came, you remember Frank as a point guard as a rookie in the league against the pick and roll. Where did Frank rank?
Yeah. He shot like 7 air balls. He shot like 7 air balls.
Where did he rank? Where did he rank defensively?
Number one with air balls. Number one with air balls. You talking about that?
You keep going. You proving my point. You keep going back to the point.
Air balls.
You going back to them points, man. I done told you, man. You from the era. You know if the point guard wasn't shooting a bunch of baskets, you want your point guard to score 20 and 30 like Steph Curry, don't you? That's what you want your point guard to do.
I want my point guard to have 35. My point guard have 13 and 8. That's perfect for me.
Hey, well, Frank might just give you that this year.
No, he won't.
Okay.
He won't give me half of that.
Y'all heard that. Y'all remember that.
He won't give me half of that.
We'll see. We'll see. It's a new season. It's a new season.
I'll bet you this. I'll bet you this. He'll never average 5 assists in his career.
I can guarantee you this. Alfred Payton won't play the whole season. Not at point guard.
I'm taking it out on Payton. I'm bashing Frank right now.
Hey, I'm telling you, that's the guy you want to start. We comparing apples to apples.
No.
Alfred Payton.
Listen. Frank will never average 5 assists. Well, what's up?
We'll see.
He will never average 10 points.
His career ain't done yet.
He'll never average 10 points.
Alfred Payton already was almost 10 years in.
Payton did this already.
But he almost 10 years in. Frank just getting started.
Every Nick guard averaged double figures.
You have revisionist history.
Every Nick guard averaged double figures already.
They ain't finished for Frank yet. They're just being written. I already know. See, this is why I didn't want Alfred Payton. Everybody in the league know what Alfred Payton is.
And they know what Frank is.
A good defender.
That's why we can't get a picture.
Ain't nobody knocking down Alfred Payton's door to come play on no winner.
But Ron, I
bet you Golden State wanted Frank.
Ron, if Frank was giving me Alfred Payton numbers, we wouldn't be discussing Frank Ntilikina.
And thank you, there, King I. King I said eye test proves Alfred is not better than Frank. And that's all. You can look at them all you want. Your eye test will tell you. You knew them guys that you played with.
What's wrong with his eyes?
But Ron, you got to score, man. You got to score in this. You can't just finish the game with 4 points.
He stinks.
Hey, we're gonna get off Frank. We're gonna move to a new topic.
He stinks.
Y'all gonna leave Frank alone.
I want Teddy to join. Hold up. I want to talk to Teddy because Teddy is calling me a Frank hater. I want him to explain what makes me a Frank hater.
He don't know.
No, you know what? I've been in battle with y'all so long. It's good to have somebody else like Ron to step in and be like, you know what, this, that, and the other. But facts is facts.
Ron was a punching bag. What you talking about?
I was jumping him.
You act like he defended John.
I was jumping, Ron. I was jumping.
Daddy is
and I'm gonna tell you something about me.
That was 1-on-1.
You talking to a soldier, man. I ain't talking about no soldier that say they're a soldier. I'm a certified soldier. I don't back down. I don't.
Right now.
I stand on what I say, and ain't nobody. I don't care. It could be 100 people saying against Frank. I'm gonna stick on what I say.
And you're gonna stick on being wrong.
Yeah,
we'll see. That's why I'm glad the season is here. Bricklina, I hope. Hey, don't you be hiding now. I don't want you hiding.
I'm putting my money where my mouth is.
I don't want you
never
hiding.
average
Hey,
5.
Didn't they tell you all money ain't good money? Hey, you ain't got counterfeit. You got counterfeit money. I don't deal with counterfeit. We'll see.
5 or 6.
Hey, we got a new season. That's all I'm gonna say. This argument will be. This debate
will be. He can't give me 5. He got a new coach.
Come this season. Because he finally got a relevant coach.
All right,
them
so
guys that coached Frank before, not one of them a head coach in this league right now.
All right, 5 assists then, right?
So,
we good? 5 assists.
So we'll see.
5 assists.
He'll get 5. He'll get 5. Mm-hmm.
You care to put a little wager on that?
Oh,
you must have wasn't listening.
Come on, Chuck.
Tell him what I done told everybody. I don't gamble.
No, he don't.
One of those.
No.
One of those.
I don't gamble, man.
No Frank fan gambles. I don't get it.
Hey, Ren, let me ask you a question. Who's better, Alonzo or Frank?
I would go with Alonzo.
Oh, him.
I would go with Alonzo.
Well, Peyton has Alonzo's exact career stats: 11 points per game.
But you know what though?
6 points per
game. Look at that. He's not a Frank hater, but I'm a Frank hater. What? Why am I a Frank hater? What makes me a Frank hater?
You look at Alonzo and you look at Alfred Payton, they don't look the same, do it?
No, but the statistically,
Alonzo look like the better player.
Teddy,
look at both of their stats; they're exactly the same.
But they don't look the same. Eye test, they don't look the same.
Yeah.
If you were starting a team right now and you look at them guys' numbers and you threw on the if you threw on the tape and you look at them guys' numbers, which one you gonna take?
I know, but at the end of the game, the numbers don't lie.
Answer the question. Which one you gonna take?
Impact, right? So
I'm taking Alonzo.
Correct.
I know Alonzo faster than him. I know Alonzo get up that court quicker. I know Alonzo throw that thing quicker. Come on now.
Well, Alonzo's more efficient for what he did.
Yo, Guillermo, I got a question for you.
Yo, so
if I think Alfred Payton is a better starter, right, versus Frank Ntilikina, does that make me it's almost like if you're a Frank, if people can perceive you as a Frank hater, you're almost not even a Knicks fan no more.
I can tell you right now, if
Ntilikina has like the Michael Jordan, he almost has like the Michael Jordan thing effect in the Knicks team. Like if you think
always messes you up.
Hey, Clank, I can tell you right now.
Take it too far.
If they have reports came out,
I think
if they have reports came out tomorrow, they say, "Hey, the Knicks trading for Lonzo Ball," I'm ecstatic. I'm telling you that right now, because he'd be our best point guard on the roster.
You see, but I wouldn't even trade Frank for Lonzo Ball, to be honest, though.
What?
They won't take him. Because they won't take him.
They'll take him.
No, they won't.
You had the chance to get Lonzo Ball for Frank. You guys are.
Yeah, but you got to throw in like
because I already know what he is. He's a backup. He's a backup guard, and
well, they don't know what he is.
You see how you Frank fans fight for him, and the first minute you could trade for him, you would.
Well, hold on. Well, first of all, I'm not a Frank fan.
No, I'm talking to Ron right now. You see that?
Because I get Lonzo Ball for Frank in an instant.
These guys, they're quick to call you.
Y'all ain't gonna get me to change my mind, man. Y'all may as well stop, man. Hey, y'all ain't gonna get me to change my mind, man.
They're even advocating for Frank for Lonzo Ball, and they're quick to call you a hater for starting Alfred Payton.
Yeah, that's why I'm still with the Knicks. We ain't won the title since I was born. I'm still here. You know what I mean?
But you see how you Frank fans do. You're quick to call somebody a hater. Hold on, let me see how you guys work. Hold on.
But
you guys,
I'll say this: if they say we trading for Lonzo, hey, I'm signing up for sign me up for that.
I would, and I will call you a hater. I will call you a hater. I'm holding on to Frank, and I'm gonna call you a hater. I'm gonna call Teddy a hater too, and I'm gonna call everybody in the comments a hater for willing to trade Frank for Lonzo Ball.
Hey,
you a hater. You're not a Knicks fan.
I tell you what, when Randall leave New York, you make sure you buy into LaGuardia.
You Frank haters.
Hey, Clank,
I'm gonna call you guys.
You think Randall got a future with this? We done talked about Frank long enough. We done talked about him long enough.
Mm-hmm.
I think you guys
Randall. You think Randall got a future with this team? Honestly, all jokes aside.
I think you guys hate Frank more than I hate Frank.
Hey, watch the love for Randall, Ron. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead, answer this question.
You guys are unbelievable.
Hey, watch out. Hey, they about the spirit about the Randall.
It's reality.
Randall's my guy. He produces. He's out there.
See,
do you think he got a future with the Knicks?
Yes, I think he does.
Oh man,
he could win. He could win in New York.
I see Brickalina thinking.
You guys want
to.
you guys are not even as loyal as you guys. At least with Randall, I'm not trading Randall. Even Frank, I criticize Frank. I get at him, but I don't ever say trade Frank. You never heard me say trade. You guys, man, I would have trusted you guys.
Man, you bugging, man.
Most loyal ones be the first one to betray you. That's you guys. You guys are quick to trade him in a heartbeat.
We stopped talking about Frank. I know, hey, Moses, you probably be dreaming about Frank at night. So we're gonna talk about Randall now.
I'm always to argue with you guys because you guys act like you're the most loyal, and then
Hey, I done told you what I'm loyal
just
to.
looking for an opportunity.
Hey,
you guys
at the end of the day, what we all supposed to be loyal to? Players or the team?
Well, I'm not in a hurry to get rid of the best player, the team's best player.
Okay.
So I'll see how they make it work. If they'll put if Obi could play the 3 or Randall could do the 5, and I would get rid of Mitch before Randall.
You know what?
Mitch is replaceable. Plus, I don't want to give Mitch big money.
Y'all heard it here first, yeah.
And you know what else, Brickalina? I can tell you this, since we talk about Mitch now, we know all the reports, but I'm thinking back. I'm thinking now to that Dallas pick because I got a feeling that thing gonna be very valuable for us, man. Because we already know KP ain't starting the season because he didn't have that meniscus surgery. They are not starting him, so they're coming out to shoot, and out in that West. Everybody got better.
So did they. They added. Hold on.
Yeah, but Porzingis is a big loss, though.
He ain't starting.
That's a big loss.
They was playing good without him. They was definitely playing good.
But you know what? Had he not got hurt in that bubble, it would have been a different story for Dallas.
The Suns got better.
Yeah,
Portland got better. Portland got better. Absolutely. Houston got better. And you know what? That's what I meant to talk to y'all about, man, before y'all started with all that Frank talk. But you know who I got pegged for my comeback player of the year?
Dennis Smith.
Julius Randle.
Look at that. He capped
James Harden.
DeMarcus Cousins.
Oh, he's gonna get injured again.
I know. I looked at his video. This is the first time I seen that boy look like he's in shape. And he talked about that. He said, this is the best that he's shape-wise. You can look at him and tell. And he said, he done matured. He had a stage in his life where, just looking at him and listening to him talk, it don't look like the same Sacramento, player. So that's who I'm thinking going to be the comeback player of the year. Hopefully he can stay healthy.
I could see that. I got DSJ runner-up, though.
You know what? I hope he, again, if any of these players pop, we all know what we like, what we don't like. Trinity, I like Frank. You don't like Frank. You like who you like. But at the end of the day, if any of them guys pop on the team, even Kevin Knox, who we ain't talked about yet, it's going to be in our benefit. It's going to speed up the rebuild. That's what I'm sick and tired of being sorry, man. I'm telling you.
And most of that is Frank's fault because
he ain't just Frank.
No.
I can admit he's part of the problem.
It started with him.
I can admit that.
When you miss on the draft pick, it slows you down.
It wasn't Frank's fault. You know what it was?
Phil.
Matter of fact, I just did a video on it. It's called Front Office Malpractice.
Yeah, Phil. It's Phil's fault.
And not even just Phil. Going back to all them other regimes, man. That's what we paying for. We ain't had a good point guard since Stephon Marbury. And some people didn't like Marbury. But Marbury was a stud. We ain't had one since Marbury. That's crazy to think.
Then after that, Felton was the best.
Yeah, and Felton wasn't, you know what I mean? But he was,
he was steady.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, exactly. He was steady.
And we can't get that no more. We had Kid for that 1 year.
Yeah, he was just too old by the time we got him.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna tell you, it's crazy, man. But Doc Rivers' son, man, he might shake this whole thing up because he'll be steady. He ain't great, but he's good at everything he does. You know what I mean? He's a good, solid player.
He's a combo. He's a combo.
Yeah. What'd you think about Quickly?
I think they reached for him. They could have got him at 33. I think they should have took Terry or
don't say that.
Or Bain. No. At 23 or 25, whatever it was, then Quickly would have still been there at 33. So they would have left with 3 picks instead of 2.
Yeah, it's going. So, what's your projections for Knox? What you think gonna happen with him?
Knox, I got Knox down for what, like 12 points, 4 rebounds, low 40%.
So basically, reverting back to his first year, basically.
Yeah. I got Obi around 16 and 16 and 6, 16 and 7.
What about Mitch?
Mitch 10 and 6, 10 and 7.
If he ain't traded.
Yeah, because he's not a good rebounder, so I'm not doing that 15 and 10 like other people doing. I don't see him putting up 15 and 10 on dunks.
Yeah, because that means you got to do that every night to average that pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a lot of dunks every night. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm afraid for him the more so than any player on our roster, man. And seeing that presser didn't look too good.
Mm-hmm.
He don't look happy.
Mm-hmm. And his agent don't want that money, and I don't want to pay him for what he do. It's like.
But I was telling them guys, man, I don't know if you heard what I was saying like a few nights ago, man. This draft, I think, is the first pick is the first time that I've been this happy in a long time. And I say this reason why I get so sick and tired, man, of us drafting and just the league as a whole. I always want to draft on potential. More often than not, them potential players don't pan out. I'd rather give me a player that coming out of college that had 3 or 4 years in, and from day one, this is what this joker can do.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I feel so good about Obi, man. I think I wouldn't even be shocked if he averaged 20.
No,
the kid is that talented. I would not be shocked. It wouldn't shock me. On our team, who gonna take up all the shots?
Well, RJ and Randall. So it's going to be balanced between him, RJ, and Randall. I don't think he's going to shoot enough to average.
But you got a point there because somebody gonna have to be that third scorer, and generally your third scorer normally average about 15.
Yeah. Now, see somebody in the chat saying Mitch 15, 10, and 3 blocks.
You better get a mid-range game to get that.
All of those numbers are inflated. 3 blocks, he ain't getting no.
I tell you, I wish we would have still had DeAndre Jordan for him. I think that was the biggest thing that set him back because he looked like he was turning the corner when DeAndre was here. Mitch just can't. He picks up a lot of silly fouls, man. That's the thing. Mm-hmm. And only by now, like we talked about with Frank, I give you your credit. When we talk about with Frank, by now, certain things you need to already know how to do.
Yo, speaking of
3 years into the league, you should know to stay away from them silly fouls.
Now that's my point. Now that Chuck is here, who would you start? Nerlens Noel or Mitchell Robinson?
Man, I'm gonna tell you what. I'm a proponent for seeing the man that really, in all aspects, in my eyes, going to give me the best chance to win start. And for as much as I love Mitch and I love what he does, I think that really, because the thing is with Mitch, what I think I didn't realize about his game, as great as he is, he plays better when he got a lot of fouls to deal with. You know what I mean? So when you can steal some time, really with that talent, you want him ideally to be your starter.
Mm-hmm.
But he's better when he get to sit for a little bit and then he come in, let's say with 5 minutes left in the first quarter and got all them fouls that he ain't used yet where he can be aggressive. Because that's his greatest asset. When you take away his aggressiveness, then what you got? But Nerlens Noel, he ain't going to get in no foul trouble.
Yep. I want to ask the same question.
And he's a big body, so when the pick and roll gets called, he can run the pick and roll.
Hold on, I want to ask the same question to Stephen Fox and Chuck. Fox, who would you start? Nerlens Noel or Mitchell Robinson?
Mitchell.
Okay, and you, Chuck.
Well, all right. First, somebody said per 36 minutes, Mitch averaged 3 blocks. And my rebuttal to that is he's not good enough to be on the floor for 36 minutes. So
exactly, he only plays 23. Thank you.
Yeah, so you can't just boost his minutes up and say, oh, he averaged that. No,
two blocks a game. That's it.
Yeah. So it's basically I got to see them in camp and all that. Like. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to it's whoever wins the job.
Now, and I think advantage wise, I would give the advantage to the veteran Nerlens.
Yeah, and also Fox, how many fouls did Nerlens Noel average last season? I think fouls is an important role because Mitchell Robinson gets a lot of those.
You know, I agree with Woodshed 1914, man. Say DeAndre helped him become serious about it. And I can see that it was no playtime when DeAndre came. He got a whole lot better with DeAndre.
You know, I feel like Mitchell Robinson personally. No. I feel like Mitchell Robinson can learn from seeing Nerlens Noel not blocking and not getting hit. Not too many fouls. You know, once he starts seeing somebody disciplined and still getting blocks on the floor. You know, I think Mitchell Robinson seeing that that'll help him.
Because let's be real, man. The guy is still young. He's raw. How old is Mitchell Robinson? How old is he?
Maybe 22.
Answer your question. Mitchell averages 3.2 personal fouls and Nerlens 2.5.
Okay, so a little less.
How old is Mitchell Robinson?
22.
Still a baby.
Yeah.
And didn't play no college.
No.
Yeah, but
it'll be good to see Mitchell Robinson seeing Nerlens Noel more disciplined on defense, and and I expect him to, he was 75% from free throw last season. I know he played with Chris Paul. Freezy made a point that he played with Chris Paul. I don't understand how free throws has anything to do with Chris Paul, as well as him not being. As well as his defense, I'm like, listen, the guy's knocking down his free throws. He's knocking down his free throws. You know,
I think he was just using the example what CP did with Blake or DeAndre in when he was with the Clippers, and now the lobs and stuff. How he sets up his big men. I think that's what he meant.
All right, but at the end of the day, he worked on his free throw game, and that's why I like him starting, and I hope we sign him long term.
Well, I tell you the thing that just scared me from Mitch, man, is when you got your coach talking about professionalism, man. That ain't never good. That ain't never good on any job. If you go on a job and your boss telling you ain't professional enough, I mean, hey, we know that's writing on the wall, man.
And you know what, Ron? I got to totally agree with you on that. But I seen it differently. This job is so PC as well. For that first interview, they trying to light a fire under Mitch because they know Mitch steps up.
I can see that.
We have
it's either one or two ways that thing can go for him. Either it can go good or it can go south.
And if you heard Obi talk, I think it was today or was it yesterday? Anyways, they trying to play D and run the floor. So
yeah, that's what Tim said. So he's gonna take advantage of them guys being young because it's a shorter season. And the one thing with young guys, if you let them run, they ain't got to think so much about running plays.
Yeah, but when they get to half court and they're doing pinch posts and stuff like that, Mitch hasn't ever shown he's able to has the IQ.
That's your problem with your younger players
for passing. If Tibbs is basing on what he did with Noah and stuff like that, do you think that Mitch? The question to the you guys and the
I think Mitch better. I think Mitch is better than we are giving him credit for. And this offseason, I will say this: it ain't a good thing, but the fact that he's working on his shot. And hey, look, I just want him to shoot it.
Yeah,
I know, but I don't want him shooting 3-pointers. 93% of his shots are from 0 to 3 feet.
Well, I say this, Steven.
He's got to get a mid-range.
He has improved that 3-point shot, like how Amari Spurling can shoot that thing. And I know that's a stretch. But if he can shoot maybe 2 threes a game, 2 or 3 threes a game, 1 a quarter.
I want my big man under the board.
I don't want him taking 6 or 7.
Mid-range.
I don't.
It's
But the
2020,
thing is, that'll open up the floor for Amari. I mean, not Amari, but for Obi or Randall, whoever's on the floor with him. That'll open the floor up because now the center gonna have to come out there.
Yep.
You see, that's the problem with Mitch having such a one-dimensional game right now. That's why when we was talking about RJ and everything being clogged, if you got your center, all he can do is just sit right there. That's gonna clog up the paint.
And we'd all pay to see those 7-foot handles on Mitch.
Hey, we must admit when we saw KP do that steal and that spin move and dunk in the open court, everybody was like,
how do you separate best player available from most ready player available, being that there's a 4-year difference between Obi and most of the other draft picks?
For me,
yeah,
how I separate that, like I say, man, when I don't go off that age, I look at what I see at that point in time, because a lot of times, like I said, with that potential stuff, man, I didn't watch basketball long enough where I didn't see a lot of guys come in with hype, i.e. J.R. Reed, and come in the league, and guys are bust, man, when they projected to be Christian Laettner, another one. I mean, the list goes on and on of guys who are projected to be great, and they turn out to be trash. You know, but if 9 times out of 10, when you think back to the 90s years, the 80s, when them guys was coming out of college, but they done played together 4 years, them guys came in and they were ready to play. Look how big Pat came in. Pat was what, 4 years?
Yeah.
But my thing is, we comparing a 22-year-old Obi to 19-year-old Kara and Halliburton. Like, it's almost not fair.
It's not.
I get what you're saying.
Against a boy.
You know why I look at it that way? It's just I guess the part of me, because knowing what we done went through for so long with drafting guys on potential, and that thing didn't pan out. So I'm to the point, man, where I don't want to take no chance on no potential. I'd rather see something that I know. And the guy was Naismith College Player of the Year. So that got to speak for something. And this, don't undersell this point now. Can you imagine playing for your hometown team? Could you imagine that?
Yeah, Mark Jackson.
No, I'm saying could you imagine yourself in Obi's shoes, where you know this the team you rooted for growing up. Your mama and daddy grew up rooting for them. Your whole family. And you come here, I don't have no questions about that kid, man.
No, those teams on draft night were real.
And you know what I like about him?
Who's vested the most to want to see this thing turn around?
I will say this about Obi that I like a lot as well, is that not only is he a family man, he loved bringing up his girlfriend. Hey, you know, just love my girlfriend. I just go back and forth with my mom. He ain't out here in the streets.
Keep him in the house.
On basketball. And I can respect that a whole lot more when you come to New York, because New York can eat you alive.
And then you heard what he said, but he said he had already been working out.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's guy we ain't talked about really, Kevin Knox. He gained some points with me when he said he had already been working with Obi in Jersey. So I'm like, okay, well you look like you taking this thing serious.
Was that
and
with
I love
also?
He took a shot at Fizz when he talked about the old coaching staff.
Yeah.
I said, ooh, shots have been fired with that statement. So
that was Miller. That was Miller, not Fizz.
You don't think that was Fizz? It may have been a little bit of both.
It was both. And I will say this. I'm going to keep saying this about Knox. Knox may be the most improved player this year.
That's another one. That's another one that could get it.
That's Teddy's favorite line right there.
We sleeping on Knox only because he didn't get that much playing time last year, and his confidence was shot just like DSJ's.
That's not why we sleeping on him. We sleeping on him because he's
motor.
Yeah, plus he's paid to do one thing, shoot, and he's not doing that good. Like his 36% from the field, and that's all you do. So when you're not hitting your jump shot, how are you contributing? He plays no defense.
But you know what, Clank? I think you know people laugh when I say this, man, but I think, certain players we know are temperamental. Him and DSJ are two temperamental players, and I really think them stadiums being empty, especially the Garden being empty, and even for Frank, gonna probably help out 3 of them players. Probably gonna help out 3 of them players.
Frank and Knox together, that's like 4 assists right there.
That is a bold prediction.
Well, one average 3, one average 1.
We just need one of them guys to pop.
That's
one of them. Just one of them got to take off. If we get one of them boys to take off, you already know Julius gonna give you. And see, Moses, I told you, I give Julius his credit.
Man, you would trade that guy so fast for no reason, man.
He go there, He trying to start it back.
I question most of you guys' loyalty, man. You guys ain't loyal.
Man. I feel like I'm in the barbershop. We need this in the barbershop.
Man, you love Frank, and you would trade him for Lonzo Ball the minute you could, man.
So, like what I was saying, we already
average more assists than Frank. That's what you were saying.
We know with Randall and Obi, what you gonna get for them two. So if Knox or DSJ pops or Frank, with what we gonna have coming off the bench, one of them guys gonna have to pop because Alec Burke is sitting there waiting. He waiting to take somebody's spot.
Mm-hmm. I think he should start. Actually,
I like him.
I think he should start at the 2 and you move RJ to the 3.
Because to me, I always felt that RJ was a small forward. When I looked at him at Duke, I looked at him more of he's more of a small forward. And actually, that's what he really was because Cam Reddish wasn't he playing the 2?
Nah, he was the 3.
He was a 3. Why is he? They was interchangeable.
I think they were.
But I think I used to see RJ play the 3 sometimes.
I think so. I think it's just a wing thing. I think it's kind of positionless with those two.
He's definitely strong enough to play it. He's 215 somewhere in there, 210.
Yeah. I like where you come with this. I honestly want Bullock to start. I always felt when Bullock was in the game and he actually was a part of the game, he was putting in some good buckets.
Oh yeah. He was doing this thing. But I'm gonna tell you who I really want to find out about this year, man, fellas. We got to learn about Iggy, man.
They're not gonna play him.
It's crazy.
I like Iggy offense.
You know what he is. You know how you got them guys that you say specialists, defensive specialists.
He would be a specialist for us to come in and knock down corner threes.
Exactly. He's an offensive guy, man. He's a microwave.
I can see that.
That's what he is. That's what he was at Michigan too. He can shoot. And he ain't scared.
I don't think he's gonna get the opportunity, man.
I don't think so neither. He might be trade. They might trade him.
I don't know. That's RJ boy. Maybe if
he's definitely under contract. We drafted him. He's still under contract.
I like Iggy. I think he might get some minutes though.
I hope so.
Yeah. I think he's gonna stay with the team. I don't see him getting traded. Freezy.
Well, yo,
he just came back from deer hunting.
Who's in the building? Hey, Freezy. I don't know if you heard me, man. I was about to put out the Amber Alert for you, man.
Hey, man. Hey, you know how it is, man. Somebody get hurt at work, man. You know how it is, man. You got to fill in. You know how it is.
Hey, that means you're valuable. That means you're valuable.
A little teeny bit. I think they like them corny jokes I be telling.
No, they love your Knicks podcast, man.
Yeah, hey, man. Hey, this thing right here, I'm gonna tell you something, man. Hey, the chat. Oh my God, I've been listening off and on. Yo, the chat is the home court advantage for real. This chat right here, amazing. Shout out to the chat, man. Hey, shout out to the chat. I've been watching the chat on my phone. Man, these jokers are.
And Moses been double teaming me, man.
Nah, you
been beating me
man. You know how Ron is, right?
Hey, Freezer, if you didn't know no better, you wouldn't think I'm a Knicks fan, man. The way them boys beating up on me, man.
Hey, Ron be talking that nonsense, and then he be fighting how loyal over Frank, and then next thing you know, he be talking that, yo, man, we got
anybody with that jersey at the end of the day, man.
Yeah, we got to tomorrow.
Hey, even Randall, like I said, in the front office, I'm giving them all
Clean
clean
slate. Yeah,
slate.
right, man. This guy.
Till game 10. I'm giving them 10 games. They got a 10-game
You
leeway.
understand?
And I'm giving them 10 games under the new coach. Might do 15 because, training camp is short, preseason short. So I might give them 15.
Yeah.
I will give them 15. After 15 games, then I'm coming for them. I don't care who it is.
Right.
I don't care if it's
You going for everybody but Frank.
Nah, I want
what's
y'all to be fair. If Frank balls out, I need y'all to be fair.
Teddy.
Remember this date now in time. It's 2/13. December 7th. December 7th. I'm telling you right now.
A day that'll live in infamy.
After them 15 games,
I tell you what.
I don't care who it is. If they ain't playing right, they ain't playing good, I'm calling them out.
So is it fair to say that Teddy and Ron are Alfred Payton haters, and that's what it is?
I ain't
really?
no Payton hater.
That's what it is. I think that's what it comes down to, it, man. I think you just.
I'm gonna tell you honestly what it is. I felt like we had better options than to go and bring him back, so I was disappointed in that.
And who were those options?
Who was those options in my book? You had the opportunity. I ain't talking about after they got picked up, but they were out there initially. I'm talking. You had a Rondo out there that we could have paid and got. You had a Dennis Schroeder out there. I would have loved to have him because he can score.
That's what
and he can play defense. And he can assist.
And
you had Jeff
Lakers
Teague.
gave
All
up
these
nothing
guys
for him.
are out there, man.
But Schroeder's a free agent this year. You put out the resources unless you were
everybody's on a 1-year deal anyway. Everybody's on a make it.
And Stephen Fox, it's not like you can't resign him. You get him for
exactly.
a year,
No.
see what you got.
Yeah.
See what you got.
I want to listen to Teddy's hate. I want to listen to Teddy's hate in his heart for
everybody we got pretty much is on a 1-year deal, with the exception of them young draftees.
You weren't concerned with Rondo. Rondo played great with the Lakers, but he had that issue with the Mavs, man.
You know what Rondo had the problem with? He got a problem with them coaches.
Not winning.
That's trying to make him be something he ain't. And that's what Dallas did. They tried to make him something he wasn't. The minute he left Dallas, you saw his game went back up.
But
that's true.
But still, even though Alfred Payton's still a good starting point guard for the Knicks or a backup point guard, like he's not. I don't think I wouldn't say he's the problem. Why, Teddy? Why is Alfred Payton the #1 list? Why you hate him in the Knicks? Why?
I didn't hate's a strong word. What I would say is this. He is a liability.
Explain.
Big time.
Explain the liability. Explain what makes him a liability in the court.
Man, the boy. Okay, first off, I like Alfred Payton. I want to get that clear right now. It's no hate on Alfred Payton. I think he's a great backup. To be starting is a different question. The boy. Okay, we watching the same game. Yes, he could he could get into that paint very well. Don't get me wrong. I want to say great things about Payton right now. He takes to the cup well. He passes well. I will say that. But anybody who sits back and just focuses on the player that's in the paint, and he can't get to the paint, he got to shoot that dagger of a shot. That boy got no touch on his shot at all. It's sad to watch after all these years. Your shot ain't get a look. You don't got no touch in your shot at all. It's kind of crazy. He'll drop it here and there, though. Don't get me wrong. But
he knows how to drive.
He's still a better foul shooter than Lonzo, which is scary.
I mean,
both of them bad.
Enough said.
Both of them bad when they come to shoot free throws.
But
what about Payton's defense? Because that gets really overlooked. Why? What about Alfred Payton's defense?
Payton's a good defender too. That's all, I'm going to put that out there too. Payton's a good defender as well. I just think I don't know why when he's on the floor it seems like he gets exposed. I don't know if he's small. Is it because he has a smaller frame? But Payton is a great backup.
Yep.
Every team Payton's been on, they've been in the lottery.
Yeah, but bad teams. I mean, the Suns were tanking. Hold up, but the Orlando Magic are tanking at those years. The Suns, the Knicks are still tanking, and they're trying to get out of tanking this season now. It's looking like this season with
Raphael, let me God of Moses and Elijah. Let me ask you, who was the point guard during those years that you said those two teams were tanking?
I mean,
Alfred
Devin Booker
Payton.
was there. Payton and Devin Booker.
Alfred
I
Payton.
mean, Devin,
Alfred Payton.
but that doesn't. It's just a
Those two
team.
teams.
He got
teams
traded.
you
He got
mentioned?
traded. He got traded. From the Phoenix Suns. The Phoenix Suns made a trade for him.
Yep. And the Phoenix Suns ended up in the lottery, right?
They were tanking for DeAndre Ayton. They were tanking for DeAndre Ayton.
Who's the point guard?
So you're gonna throw him all the blame? This is what we do. Why we throw all the blame on Alfred Payne or Julius Randle?
Don't answer the question with a question. I'm just trying to get.
I mean, you're gonna throw him all the blame when he goes. Hold up. What was the Phoenix Suns in the playoffs before? Answer that question to me. Was the Phoenix Suns in the playoffs before he got there?
What do you mean? Like, did they make the playoffs before he got there? No.
Yeah, when they traded before Alfred Payne got traded to the Phoenix Suns. They probably won 15 games.
So how did they look after Alfred Payton left?
They probably won, I don't know, 18 games.
They
20
look
games.
a lot better after Alfred Payton left. How about Orlando? How does Orlando look?
They look a lot better after DeAndre Ayton and Mikal Bridges. But I feel like you're throwing him all the blame.
Yeah, you can't put that on one person, Freezy.
So basically what you're saying is as long as you get the number one pick, your team get better. That's what it sounds like you're saying.
I know we ain't talking about no tank.
I'm explaining that the Phoenix Suns were tanking, and you're throwing all the blame on him because they didn't win games.
Because he is the tank commander. That's
a false label. That's a false label.
No, it's not. The fact that he started 331 games for tanking teams. 331. If it was 100 games, I would rock with you. I'd be like, you know what? That's unfair. 200, I'd be like, okay, that's a coincidence. But 331 games for lottery teams? No, that's not a coincidence. That means that man is absolutely trash, and he is. He's on the cover of
Hey, fellas, you remember the Atlanta game?
If I got to guess, Moses, you brought it back up, didn't you?
I talked about Peyton. What are you talking about?
I was saying you the one who brought Peyton back up in that discussion, didn't you?
Yeah, he's a point guard that can't shoot.
Hey, do you remember?
He has decent averages. You need defense. Look, you need defense in the league. He's one of the best defenders in the league.
Alfred Payton is a 6'3".
I can't take that from him.
Alfred Payton is a 6'3" Bill Cartwright. That's what Alfred Payton is.
Frank Ntilikina.
Oh, here we go again.
Hey, you remember the Atlanta?
You try to? I caught you, Ron. You know, you try to. He's another Frank Ntilikina. You need defense. I mean,
hey, fellas, you remember the Atlanta game last year that we lost, where we were winning? Atlanta came back, and then we lost in overtime.
Right. Yeah. The game we choked away.
That is the personification why we can't stand Peyton. When the game's on the line, there was at the end of the game, instead of pulling back and using up the clock and winning the game, he does these bonehead things where you just shake your damn head.
They ran some kind of weird 3-man weave, him, Wayne Ellington, and Reggie Bullock to run because we had a lead late in the game, late in overtime.
Exactly.
And they ran some weird 3-man weave, and it ended up with being a brick from Wayne Ellington, and Trey Young and the boys got a long run out and scored on the other end.
Yeah, but right before that, we could have ran off more time, and instead of pulling back and taking time off, he went up for a shot, and we're like, what the hell are you doing?
They only passed to each other.
Man, Blue Diamond in the chat just said that everyone on our team can't shoot. That's something to think about.
Bullock could shoot.
Yeah, he can. Him and what's the other cat? Burks.
Yeah. Austin ain't too bad either.
No, Austin ain't too bad. We know Obi can shoot.
Yep.
We don't know yet.
We don't know shoot too.
We don't know that yet.
And God willing, quit.
We know what he coming in the league known as. Put it that way.
Okay.
We know Randall can shoot.
Randall
can't shoot threes. Can't shoot threes, but he got a good mid-range game and can go to the basket.
Okay.
Moses, I tell you, I give the man his credit.
I'm telling you, you saw Teddy quick to take away the credit.
Hey, Brickolina. The one thing I said about Randall, all jokes aside, this is the one thing I did say. For me, if he does this, I can see a future with us. If they said, "Hey, we gonna keep him," if that guy can stop turning that doggone ball over, doing that spin move, and share the basketball, just trust his teammates, because I think that was the biggest problem for him last year. He didn't trust his teammates.
That comes with a floor general. You get a floor general. He has the ball less. So that comes with a competent point guard
and a competent coach, because that was the dumbest thing that Fizdale ever thought about, was making Randall the point forward. You setting him up for failure.
Mm-hmm. So both,
and then that's an indictment on all your point guards too, on every last one. If you got your power forward, you got to bring the ball up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah.
So as much as we say Alfred Payton, as much as y'all saying Alfred Payton better than Frank, that's an indictment on all.
He was hurt. He was hurt the first half of the season.
Nah, hey, Alfred Payton is trash.
Even when Julius was in, even Alfred Payton was on
he's a backup point.
Bringing that rock up.
Alfred Payton is a good backup point guard.
No, because he got gone once. Because he came back once Fizz was gone. I mean, Fizz didn't he come back once Fizz left? Alfred Payton.
I don't know, but he missed like 2 months with injury.
Because I know Mike Miller changed his role on how he was handling that ball and stuff. He wasn't letting them do all that.
Yeah, Alfred Payton trash.
Frank
Ntilikina is a 6'4" Jack Sigma.
No, Freezy,
it's Roy Hibbert.
I'm glad I'm sitting down, Freezy.
No, who's better? No, Freezy. Answer me this: who's better, Frank Ntilikina? Who's better, Frank Ntilikina or Alfred Payton? Freezy.
This ain't the debate.
Better at what?
Basketball.
Who's the better guard?
Better guard of what?
Basketball. Who's better at basketball?
I can't stand y'all.
Hey, we arguing about.
Let me ask Fox, man, because I need a straight answer.
Hey, Steve, I'm glad Freezy here.
So you saying, hey, Uncle Freezy, you got a hole in your left shoe and you can see through the bottom, but you got a right shoe, you got a hole and you can see through the bottom. It don't matter. Both of them trash. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Hey, Frank Ntilikina is a 6'4" Kevin Duckworth. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on.
All right, just making sure.
Hey man, Kevin Duckworth was pretty good.
Fox, who's better? Alfred Payton or Frank Ntilikina? Fox.
He was a big body too.
What for starting?
Who's the better player?
Payton.
I say both of them are trash. I don't even know why y'all wasting breath on that. You know what I'm saying? Payton and Frank.
Freezer, you don't know what we were going through earlier. You don't have
we were going through the same thing you was about to go through, Freezer. I'm glad you stopped it.
Yeah, I ain't about to. I know Chuck on here trolling y'all about Frank. You know, I know
them boys are treating me like I wasn't a Knicks fan, man. Like I was trolling or something, man. Like I wasn't a Knicks fan.
Man, I ain't, man, you know good and well. Man, look, man, y'all know for yourself that our point guard position is garbage. Everybody that's been playing it for the last 3 years is trash. Y'all like, what's more valuable, this banana peel or these old fish bones? It's all trash. All of it's trash. I mean, come on.
Hold up. I want to hear from Theo. Teddy, what do you think, Teddy? Is Freezy right or is he wrong?
Somebody said Frank is Greg Ostertag.
That's for Ostertag.
Yes.
What's next? Mike Sweeney?
Oh man.
What do you think about the point guard position, Theo?
To be straight 100, Austin Rivers made up starting all this. We playing.
I ain't playing. Like, I wouldn't be shocked.
We talking all this ish, but I will say this about Frank, since we keep talking about Frank. Frank improves every year. So I want to know what he improves on this year. And if he gets a consistent jump shot, I don't want to hear nothing from y'all.
But you keep saying if, and what did he improve?
Alfred Payton is the same player since his rookie season.
No. What about Frank? What did Frank improve?
Y'all making me mad with this Alfred Payton stuff. Alfred Payton is dumpster juice.
I know that.
But he's 11 points. He's 11 points and 7 assists.
Man, y'all
43 from the field.
man.
Say
Frank
it
never
again,
was 40.
Steven. Say that again, Steven.
He's 11 points and 7 assists, Peyton. I'm not a fan of him either. No way am I a fan of him, but he's twice as good statistically as Frank. Frank's a 3 assists per game guy as our point guard. That's unacceptable.
I respect you a lot, Steve. I want to ask you this question. Does Peyton make anybody on the floor better?
Not a damn well.
No.
Yeah, he does. He makes people better than Frank does.
Yes. They started playing better once he came back.
I rest my case.
They played better once he came back.
I rest my case.
You didn't have a case.
That coincided with Mike Miller taking over as coach. So it's a bunch of stuff that happened all at
and
once.
Mike Miller was trying hard to save his job, man.
Right.
He was trying to get hired.
Who did
He
Frank
wasn't
make
trying to
better?
get fired.
Who did Frank make better?
Nobody.
So
How
why
about Frank make his own self better?
Thank you, Chuck. He didn't make nobody a three assists. You don't not making anybody better.
You can't.
Y'all got me.
Simba Singh said Frank is a 6'4" Clarence Weatherspoon.
More like a Tim Weatherspoon.
Oh man!
Oh my god!
And the fact remains, we're gonna be point guard shopping, man.
That's the thing I was getting at.
I heard, but I don't want to talk about no draft players though, because you don't need you get your heart set on none of them guys.
But who we shopping for?
We find a way not to get it.
There ain't nobody there.
Let's talk about that. Who are the potential point guard free agents next year?
Lonzo's a restricted free agent.
Anybody else?
No, we're gonna have to get 2 of them out of the draft. We're gonna have to get 2 point guards out of the draft next year.
But I tell you what, like I was saying earlier, Freezy, that Dallas pick may end up being very valuable.
Yeah,
KP might get us a point guard.
I think so.
I don't think they're going to drop as far as you think. I think they're going to be good.
Well, that remains to be seen. But that West is a monster, and KP can't stay healthy. KP cannot stay healthy. Them brittle knees, them things full of sand.
Oh, let me see who Dallas signed, because they definitely upgraded.
Yeah, I know they lost Seth Curry. That's a big loss.
Yeah. And so the reason why I troll a little bit on Frank is that I think for some reason people think that Frank is going to take this enormous step forward next season. If he takes the steps forward like we're accustomed to him taking, Frank may be 7 and 3.5 next year. 7 points, 3.5 assists. You know what I'm saying? That's been the way he's been trending. And is that going to be somebody that's going to keep your offense and great offensive looks? Is it going to be somebody that's going to be able to manage the offense, while other guys on offense are cooking? I don't think so. While Frank will say that Frank defense will outweigh his offense, but that recipe hadn't worked out yet.
What Frank was doing the last 6-7 games before the season ended. What was he putting up?
Stinking. He ended the year 1 for 7.
And also, when you do a 2010 game against Washington, is it really a 2010 game?
And see, now don't do that. Don't do that. It's still NBA players. Don't do that.
And that's what I'm saying.
See, Moses, we talk about. Hey, like we say, we gotta call it like we see, right?
But
we gotta call it. We gotta call it like we see. We gotta be honest.
Hey,
but
they
the
just
Wizards had 4 NBA players.
The NBA players don't do that now.
Nah, man, the Wizards had 4 NBA players active and 2 players from the G League and 2 players off the street.
Hey, they wear the jersey.
8 guys. And Gary Payton II, who's a nobody, cooked for
Frigalina. If they got on the jersey and they on the court, what they always say when a player try to say, well, they hurt. Why they bad? You played, didn't you?
All right.
They played. That's all I can say. What was his last 7 games? What was it?
I'll look it up in a second. But to answer your question, the only free agents in 2021, Mike Conley and Kyle Lowry.
Yeah, I got a.
I'll take Kyle Lowry. I'll take Kyle.
Hey, let me ask you.
How old will Kyle be then?
Rob, what do you think about when Alfred Payton and Frank Ntilikina?
Right now, I think his floor, Frank Ntilikina's floor, is Alfred Payton.
That made no sense. That made no sense. Well, first of all, correct that. You mean his ceiling?
His floor.
His floor. Okay.
When he gets to be
That boy spitting
Peyton's age, when he gets to be Peyton's age, if he's not better than what Peyton is, then that's his floor.
How your floor is not your current self?
Because you're younger.
Your floor is who you are right now.
Well, but I'm saying Peyton's floor when he gets 25 is going to be Alfred Payton. His ceiling is Howard Isley.
How you didn't reach your floor yet? You're supposed to be on your floor.
No, he ain't on the floor yet because he came in the league. Now he's suspended animation right now.
That's
and we supposed to wait on that. Somebody's suspended animation.
No, I'm saying this year Frank is gonna give you something like 12 and 6 this year.
So he gonna double his career averages.
12 and 6, yeah. He gonna bust out the gate.
Are we betting that? Are we betting that 12 and 6, please?
Well, we can put a Nick hat on it.
Okay. All right. Okay. Woo.
Yeah, 12 and 6. That's not hard.
How about two hats? One for the 12, one for the 6.
One hat is fine. You got the front part and you got the cat part. Yeah, Frank gonna give you 12 and 6. That's now if he get traded somewhere else, it might go up to about 15 and 7.
So Frank gonna give you 12 and 6. He gonna give you 12 minutes and 6
you give
fouls.
Frank 30. You give Frank 30
Frank
minutes
give you 12 minutes and 6 fouls. That's what he gonna
give him 30 minutes a game. He gonna get you 12 and 6 easy.
Give him. Thibodeau already said you got to earn it.
Well, if he earned 30 minutes a game, he gonna get you 12 and 6.
Wait. First of all, Howard Isley averaged over 10 points. Look at Stephen Fox. Look at Howard Isley's stats. This guy has never averaged.
I will, but the answer he's history. So let's deal with the present.
But Rob said he's going to be Howard Isley. Howard Isley, that's not a good comparison.
Had a solid career, but Howard Isley is better than Alfred Payton.
No, he's not.
So let me ask you this. So Knicks fans in the virtual chat, are y'all willing to wait the next 3 years for Howard Isley? Are y'all willing to wait the next 3 years of y'all life for a point guard that plays like Howard Isley? So somebody answer me that. I just need an answer in the chat.
They said no. How you going 12 and 6 when you ain't do that? You take your 2 best years, you ain't got 12 and 6.
Because he's older, more experienced this year.
You 2 best years together combined.
That's right. He's older, more experienced. Don't you know Giannis averaged 6 points his first year?
Don't you know Giannis ain't Frank?
No,
and he ain't a point guard.
His second year.
He ain't a point guard either.
The point is that you can make a good jump in this year here. He can.
No, he can't.
Yeah, I say he can.
No, he can't.
We gonna see.
We've been seeing. You just don't want to acknowledge it.
We've been seeing a lot of things. We've been seeing Dennis Smith Jr. crash and burn. We've been seeing him too.
Frank make a lot of people worse.
Oh no, he don't. Frank's plus minuses is better than Frank's plus minus is one of the best on the team.
I don't know what you.
When Frank is on the floor, winning basketball is being played.
No, it's not.
Look at that. Ask Steven. Tell him to look it up.
1 second, Ron, to answer your question, the last split on Frank for the last you asked for those amount of games, 9.5 points. There he goes again, 3.2 assists, and this is based on 21.4 minutes a game. 1.2 steals.
So and that was the last 7 games. I knew he was trending in the right direction.
83% from the line. 35% from 3. And 44 from 2.
That's Frank.
Alfred who?
That's
Frank.
That's
I know.
That's off of one game. That's off that one
No,
game.
He said that was the last 7 games of the season.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it's the last month, March.
Remember
in
that
the right direction.
Frank was trending in the right direction. That's why he was disappointed when everything got shut down. Because he said it himself, he felt like he was turning the corner.
His last game was 1-7, 1 for 7.
Right. What are
I
y'all
thought his last
talking
game was
about?
2010.
The last 7 games.
We said the last
Not
7.
the last game, but the last 7 games of the season.
No, the last game he trended down. He went back to himself.
Oh, don't do that. Come on now.
You're only as good as your last game.
Yeah, the last 7 games, like I said, was 9.5.
Because you are what your record say you are.
Right? You're only as good as your last game.
You gonna be a good lawyer, man.
That guy Chuck is good.
The last time we see him, he was 1 for 7.
Oh man, this guy's good.
Public defender Moses back there.
Public defense. I don't get it.
Hey, can y'all admit though, them stats sounded all right?
No, I just sounded all right to you because your standards are low.
Hey Teddy,
you got to be struggling when you like a scrub. Like,
and that's a good point. Ishmael in the chat said Frank was good under Miller.
I just dislike when people hate Elfrid Payton and love Frank. Like I'm like, wait a minute.
I don't get it.
At least Freezy made a good point. But I'm like, listen, Elfrid Payton is solid. He's a solid backup defender. But you got Frank.
Freezy didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Don't put that word in Freezy mouth. Freezy said
he's a backup. You say he's a backup, right?
No, I said he's the tank commander.
He's a tank commander. Rolling up.
Then Fred is a tank commander too. Then because Fred commander's not that much better than Elfrid Payton. He's not better.
Ralph was wrong.
Hold up.
Who's the better tank commander, Frank or Elfrid Payton?
Frank get on the flow. When you trying to make sure your tank ride right, you're gonna put the right driver in the seat.
The Knicks had the worst record since Frank got there. The Knicks had the worst record in the league since Frank got there.
But hey, at the end of the day, man,
I'm gonna disagree. I think the tank commander is better than Frank at this point.
Our boys do good, man. I would be disappointed this season if all season long we have terrible point guard play again.
Hey, I have a fact for y'all though. Hey, so Frank Ntilikina averages 7.8 points a game on Fridays. So if we just give him 30 minutes on Fridays, we might get 7.8 points a game.
21 minutes.
They play that music at the Garden when dude playing that little banjo thing. He be playing at the Garden during the commercials. I gotta get there.
And Wednesday is Sunday at participating Carvel.
The Knicks on Friday night.
He looks to answer.
My man called
on Thursday, Frank averaged 4.2 points a game.
I like that.
Hey, to answer your question on Howard Isley, you want Howard Isley? Howard Isley, 6.5 points for his career, 3.5 assists.
Oh wow! So that's exactly what Rob wanted.
I know it's weird, man. Yeah,
he was a solid backup.
Howard Isley.
But when he got out of Dallas, his whole game changed. He played good in Dallas. I think he had his best days in Dallas.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how his name even came up.
I'm gonna just say this, man. I just want the Knicks to upgrade the position because we keep having this conversation about dudes that's averaging in single digits, dudes that play for these obscure teams. We got to go back to and even the point for Frank. People are like, well, he don't even play good in this country. We need FIBA Frank. No man. If we're that thirsty, if we that thirsty for a dude that's gonna be good.
Hey, Freezy, he jumped up. Freezy jumped up.
Yeah, he's talking that bullshit. So
he had a great point.
I like Frank. I'm going with the tank commander and Elfrid Payton, man. I like that. I like that name.
Hey,
That's a good name.
What y'all think about Chris Childs? Was he a solid point guard for the Knicks?
Trash. We overpaid for him. He had that few good seasons, got paid, came to the Knicks and folded like a wet food stamp.
The only good thing about him was his right hand.
He never was. Look, he was a solid point guard. Guess how much points he averaged?
How much?
6 points a game. But he was solid for New York. Chris Childs.
I didn't like him on the Knicks. I didn't like him.
I like Chris Childs. They didn't pay. They ain't overpay for Chris Childs.
Only good thing Chris Childs did was give Kobe that 2-piece. That was it.
Pop.
That was it.
You know, he played. Look, Chris Childs is like, far as like when the Knicks was in their heyday, he played good ball with the Knicks.
You're literally trying to look up the worst point guards ever.
No, he was not the worst point guard. He was solid. He didn't turn the ball over.
Yo, Chuck, I was dealing with this guy the other day.
Yo, it's getting bad,
the ball over.
It's getting bad.
When he was with the Nets.
It's getting bad.
He was solid.
Who's
my point
next?
is this here.
Who's next? Rory Sparrow?
Point guard, but he was a solid point guard.
Rory Sparrow next?
Oh man.
Say what?
But you know what?
Rory Sparrow? You just digging up old point guards.
But you know what is funny though? Because we had 2 good ones and we ship them out of town. Strickland and Mark Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
We paid for that one.
Neither one of them got a ring.
Well, we would have got a ring if we would have had him. If we would have kept him with Big Pat.
Come
on, man. Come on now.
Yo, we had
sold us out so many times.
We had like 12. We had like 12 point guards since Frank got here. They can't. That's how bad he is. Session.
He didn't on the offense. He's just not good on the offense.
That's just how bad all of them have been.
Sessions.
All of them been playing bad.
Sessions, Moutier, Jack, Burke, Baker,
and we're all the. What are they?
Jenkins, John Jenkins, Peyton, Rivers, Quickly.
That tell you we searching, man. We searching.
That tell you if they didn't fail with picking Frank, we wouldn't have to do that.
Frank is a specialist.
Well, you know what? You know what it was? Let's just call it what it was. Frank wasn't brought in to be that type of point guard. Just being real. We know they was running that triangle.
Hey, look at BJ Armstrong. Look at BJ Armstrong's career. He probably averaged less than 10 points too, but he had a solid career. You ain't gonna talk trash about BJ Armstrong. He probably gave you about 9.
But he had Michael Jordan, man. Come on now. Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen.
BJ was tough. I liked BJ Armstrong. I liked him. He was consistent. He was very consistent. Every time he shot the ball, I got scared.
You guys are talking Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen and all that.
Frank's not consistent, so why are you comparing?
Hey, you want to hear something funny, man? We got to play this number tomorrow. BJ Armstrong averaged 3.3 assists. You got to play that number, man. It keeps coming up for everybody we're looking at. Isley, everyone's 3.3 assists there, man.
You know what's crazy? I wouldn't even think that about BJ.
9.8 points per game too,
because he didn't turn the ball over.
Hey, can we admit Phil was looking for the next Derek Fisher when he was drafting?
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
No, he wasn't. He was looking for Bob Cousy.
Get that.
When they show Frank, they should show Frank in black and white.
Oh man, Brickalina, man. Hey.
Derek Fisher.
Then I just thought about it. You name your name tag Brickalina. Now it makes sense. For Ntilikina, huh?
That's what
that's supposed to be, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Clank Brickalina.
Hey, we're gonna have to come up with one for Alfred Payton.
Hey, look, Derek Fisher,
the tank commander.
Derek Fisher average 8 points a game.
And real quick. Hey, everybody, let me say this real quick. Hey, I gotta get back out here, get on this floor, man. I appreciate everybody who came through. Yellow fella, I see you, but your device not connecting. I'm trying to get you on here, but your thing not connecting. Oh, wait. Wait a minute. I think I got him. Yellow fella, come on here. Yellow fella trying to come on without a camera. Yellow fella, why are you trying to come on here without a camera?
Oh, we want to see what you look like. You got all the jokes.
Why are you trying to come on here without a camera? You talk that noise and you ain't got no camera.
You can't be uglier than me.
Every day, you ain't got no camera.
You better. You trying to come on with a microphone.
I ain't putting your ass on here without no camera. Yellow fella, come on here and talk noise all day. Ain't trying to come on here without a camera.
You ain't got no camera.
Man, you better step your game up.
Hey, what if you come in with a high pitched voice?
Anyway. Hey, y'all, I gotta go. I'm gonna leave the live stream up for y'all to continue. Right? I'm gonna be checking in and out. I just want to tell everybody to subscribe to the channel. Thank everybody for jumping on. You know, while I'm not able to, man. It's unfortunate something happened at work. Now I just got to step in for somebody. Man, make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Hit that like button. Hey, y'all rock and roll, man. Thank y'all too.
God bless Freezy.
No doubt. Hey, look, Derek Fisher 3 assists a game for his career. Hey, see, that's solid point guard work.
You said three assists again?
3 assists for his career again. Yeah.
That's not solid.
That's something. Yeah, look,
it's not.
If you're going to distribute the ball,
that means somebody else took. That means somebody else took over the point guard duties.
You know it was. That was Kobe.
Kobe didn't take over the point guard duties.
Kobe was handling that ball more than Derek. Derek Fisher played, even though he was the point guard, he played more off.
If you only get 3 assists, somebody's got to pick up that slack.
That's all that
means. My point is this here: that type of ball is championship ball.
Yeah, when you got Kobe and Jordan. When you got Kobe and Jordan,
he had Kobe and Shaq, so they didn't call on him to do much.
Hey, look, a point guard job is to distribute the ball, not to score the ball.
If Frank is averaging 3 assists,
but most of all, you got to get the other 4 involved. That's your job.
I can't trust nobody named Alfred,
and he's not doing that. Frank assists handoffs.
Frank is a plus on the floor. Look it up. Frank is a plus.
It's over.
Frank is a Tim Tebow.
Hey, look, Frank is a plus on the floor. Dennis Smith Jr. is a minus. That's the difference.
Assist comes to him.
Hey,
they go to him. Then they shoot.
Can cut it up, chop it up.
He don't create assists for nobody.
Frank is a plus.
No,
that's why Golden State, they didn't want Dennis Smith Jr. They wanted Frank. They recognize what Frank is. Frank is a plus. He's going to play defense. He's going to distribute the ball. He's not going to turn it over, and he's going to make your team better.
Yeah, what's the turnovers average between him and Peyton? Between Frank and Peyton, what's their turnover rating?
The turnover ratio?
Frank
is 3-1.
Frank is 3-1 is correct. And I'll tell you right now on Peyton.
And throw Dennis Smith Jr. in there.
3-2, I guess. He probably 3-2.
No, he's way more than 3-2. He averaged more than 3 assists.
4-2. Basically 2-1 on Dennis Smith Jr.
For every 2 assists is a turnover.
Correct.
That ain't good.
No.
That ain't good. What about Alfred Payton?
And that's the guy you want starting.
What about Alfred Payton?
For our Knicks. That's the guy you want.
Yeah, but he give you 15 points though.
Alfred Payton got to be like
the ball over.
Peyton last year was 7 assists and 2.1, so it's basically a 7-to-2 ratio.
I'm trying to tell you guys.
What's up?
I've been trying to explain that to you. But it's not easy to talk to you Frank fans.
Like I never had a problem with Peyton.
Hey, Frank shoot what 30?
He just can't shoot no threes.
Frank shoot 30.
And he can't shoot no free throws. He can't.
Yeah,
Moses, you know what I preach about now.
Talk to
I don't like players that do what.
That's exactly what
I tell you, Moses.
Things you want your point guard to do. Don't turn the ball over.
Because guess what? In the playoffs, in the playoffs where we expiring, hoping to go to one day, when you get to that playoffs, the game get tight. You go into the free throw line. You got to hit them free throws.
Frank averaged one free throw attempt last year, and Peyton 2.
Nobody fouling Frank.
They gonna foul him this year because he going to the cup.
And we know Frank will try to dunk on you. Alfred Payton can't get 2 feet off the ground.
Frank only drew 19 fouls while shooting last year.
Going to the cup this year.
And every time he go to the cup, he pull his groin.
He's pulling the wrong cup.
Hey, I'm telling you, he going to the cup this year.
Yeah, he gonna be out.
I tell you what, I got more faith.
Frank is good for 20 minutes,
I got
man.
more faith that Frank could have a breakout year than Alfred Payton having a breakout year.
No way. I'll take that for Payton. I'll take that bet any day of the week. Give me Alfred Payton.
Alfred Hitchcock, whatever he is.
Who
Alfred
wants to
Hitchcock Payton.
The good thing about Payton is you know what you're going to get. He's been consistently the same thing every year.
You crazy?
That's what I'm saying. So
7 assists.
So Frank got the highest ceiling. Frank is what, third year in, going into his fourth year. So now, this is when we're gonna find out who Frank is. After this year, we gonna know who Frank is. We already know who Alfred Payton is.
Alfred Payton is 7 assists. How you gonna deny 7 assists?
He is. Hey, Ralph. He can't shoot them free throws. We know that.
Hey, Ralph and Chuck. I'm gonna say this: the father-son duo. I want to say this to y'all. if Frank does come out whack this year, I will gently say I'm sorry to you guys. You guys were exactly right.
Like, you don't have to say it. I already know you're wrong. I forgive you.
But will you do the same?
I forget.
Will you do the same?
I will do the same.
Chuck won't. Look,
yeah, absolutely.
But I agree with Chuck. Teddy. I forgive you already, bro.
He's terrible.
It's all right. You guys. It's all right.
I tell y'all what. When Frank averaged 12 to 14 this year, and about 5 to 6,
I'm gonna say this. I understand this how you guys would trade him for Lonzo Ball. I would say that
1 week. A short week with his 2 games.
48% from the free throw line.
Hold on. Ron, Lonzo Ball doesn't knock down free throws, and yet you would trade Frank for Lonzo Ball. So what's this free throw conversation about Alfred Payton?
Ron, you would trade Alonzo Ball for Frank?
100%.
Let me tell you why.
And so will Teddy. Believe it.
Why?
Lonzo's a better than Frank.
RJ, he's a better facilitator. He's a better passer than Frank.
Rob.
I ain't gonna be calling on Lonzo to shoot.
Don't look at Ron. Look at Teddy also.
And he can lock you up too now. I think that's the most underrated part of Lonzo's game is his defense. Everybody talks about that passing, but he can play defense.
Yeah.
You already said free throws are important. This man he's shooting worse than
you know what I'm gonna do with Alonzo? You know what I'm gonna do with Alonzo? I'm gonna hide him.
You can't hide him. You
can't do no hack a Shack no more.
Hey, look at here.
Hey,
you can't hide nothing that bright. You can't hide nothing that yellow. Where you gonna put him at? You gonna put him in the stands? Where you gonna hide him at? He gonna have to go to that line, and we already know he shoot free throws worse than Shaq. That's crazy. You can't have
he's like 50%. He's like 50%, barely 50 something.
48.
But the thing is, what I do like with Lonzo game, he will run that break. He is not hesitant with that ball, passing that ball out. He'll throw that thing from the other side of the court.
Frank ain't gonna be hesitant this year. Watch.
I ain't taking that from Frank. I'm hoping, and I'm thinking he's gonna take
battery in his back this year. He got the
Frank,
battery.
I'm gonna tell you like this though. Half of the season, midway through the season, if we don't make a trade before, somebody's gonna be gone by mid-season.
Hey,
you read that New York Post article and listen to Tibbs' conversation.
Oh no, don't.
See what Tibbs had to say.
Anything Mark Berman got to say, I don't even listen to.
I ain't about Mark Berman. Is what Tibbs saying. Tibbs said it.
Tibbs said he looking forward to see what Frank got for him.
You know what Tibbs said? Said ain't nothing. Everything's on the table to make the team better. So it makes sense. All these contracts, these 1-year deals. Come on, man.
I ain't mad at him for saying that. I ain't mad at him for saying that. Look, everybody.
And we all know what's the GM job. What's the GM and the president
even
job?
Even your love child, RJ, him too. He better step up too.
To make your team better, like Ted DiBiase said, everybody got a price for the $1 million man.
Yep.
Hey, look, like I said, everybody. That includes RJ too.
Everybody. That's right. Everybody but Obi Toppin.
He just got there.
That's why he's safe. Everybody but Obi.
Thank you.
Everybody but Obi.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like in football when them new GMs come in. Hey, they change the culture. They go get the quarterback they want. They get the coach they want.
Hey, look, I think Thibodeau need to shut up now. He done talked enough.
Well, I don't think he's gonna stop. It's too much media in New York for that.
Hey, nah, he gonna have to look. He ain't gonna be the one threatening all the players from day one. You haven't won a championship either. Sit your ass down.
Well, he did win one with Boston.
No, he was on the staff. Hey, look, you know the people in the front office got rings too, right?
Well, seriously now, let's be real about this, cause it does back up the stats with him. When he left Boston, Doc Rivers was not the same. When he left Doc Rivers was not the same as a coach until he was with Tibbs.
Well, look,
even in Orlando, Doc wasn't that coach.
That's
until he got Tibbs down there with him.
That's the point that you can argue. Because if you listen to what Barkley say, give me pros over Joes. You know what I'm saying? They had a good team. That's why they won. That's why they won.
I ain't gonna say that because think about all the teams that Doc's had since he left Boston.
Yeah, but look,
and he couldn't win.
No, he couldn't win, but he didn't have the team that was winning to their that you
but
said
he's had
was
the team. But think about this though. But he's had teams that was projected to be the winner to win.
No, not to win the ring. Not to win. He never was on the team that was projected to win the ring, except for that Boston squad. He had good. They was contenders to the championship.
He can never get over the hump, man. And I tell you like this. Hey, Brickolina, what you think? What you think? Let's think about this.
Hey, look, check this out. Tibbs ain't never went to a Eastern Conference Finals until he went to Boston. He had Derrick Rose. He had that mob. They got.
Well, I mean, he was at Boston. He was at Boston before he went to Chicago.
All right, but when he went to Chicago, he never went to an Eastern Conference Finals.
Hey, one can argue he overachieved with that Chicago team. I know I can say that he overachieved with that Chicago teams.
They got knocked off by Washington one year. Arenas and them knocked them off.
Arenas and them wasn't no slouch. Now, come on now.
Hey, no, I'm not saying that they were slouches though, but look, I think everybody is giving Thibodeau too much.
No, rightfully so. Hey, Brickolina, what you think?
He got to prove himself too. All Thibodeau is known for is tearing down players' knees. He break you up in 5 years and you're done.
Hey, Brickolina, what you think? Hey, Steve, what you think? If Tibbs would have stayed connected to Doc Rivers throughout the whole time, when Doc went,
wouldn't have beat Kobe
Clippers,
they wouldn't have beat Kobe
would have won the title?
No,
like even last year, if he was still with the Clippers in them,
they would not have beat Kobe and Shaq and Kobe and Bynum in them. They wouldn't have beat them. They wouldn't have beat them. And Gasol, they wouldn't have beat them. They wouldn't have beat them. No way. They wasn't going to beat them.
I think Doc would have got one more with Tibbs, man. You'd have got one more.
Hey, look, guess what? Hey. Doc is a nice coach and everything, but look, at the end of the day, Tom Thibodeau got to prove himself to us too.
Hey, man, you got to put some respect on
him. No automatic pass. I already seen. Look, you got everybody that played for him didn't last damn near no longer than 10 years in the league.
And remember now, you can't talk bad for Doc though, because Doc on the team. Doc recruited for us. He got us his son.
And look, it's whatever. But Thibodeau, okay, yeah, you watch the players, but look, I got my eye on you too. I want to see what you're going to do.
He know the eyes on him. He know it.
Yep, that's what I'm talking about. He need to shut up now. You done had media day.
Hey, Brickolina, I don't know if you heard us talking about this, man. With Tibbs.
I'm in the paper every day, Ron. I really don't.
You know what the setup is, right? For him, it's Kenny Payne on that bench, man.
Man,
if that thing don't work out,
Mike Woodson there first.
Hey, I think they'll give it to Kenny Payne before they give it to Mike Woodson.
Who's the second assistant? It's Woodson.
I think they'll give it to Kenny Payne, man.
If Thibodeau get thrown out the game, the first one to step up is Woodson.
But when you talk about giving that thing long term,
man, what Kenny Payne have done? He ain't done shit.
Kenny Payne earned his stripes at Kentucky, man. Hey, you know what it is? Hey, Steve, what we always talk about, right? The game of basketball is a business, right? It's about relationships. That guy is one of the most.
Got a relationship with Dolan. Hell with the rest of
most players in the league. All these guys swear by this dude, man.
Yeah, so what?
You know Dolan is all about
swear
that
by him,
stuff, man.
but I want to see what you're gonna do when you hit the floor. You can swear by him. Okay, swear by him. Okay, Randall, swear by him. Knox, swear by him. When your ass hit the floor on the 22nd, that's when you swear by him.
If swear by him. Booker swear by him. Hey, them some heavy hitters, man. That dude to get that job before Woodson get it, man. I'm telling you.
Nah, I doubt it.
If Tibbs burn out, they're gonna
see Mike if Tibbs burns out, I think the sleeper is Johnny Bryant.
That's a good one too.
He has sideline experience.
Hey, look, Woodson already got a relationship with the guy who signs the checks.
Yeah, but it's the age thing, man.
And they know they gave him a raw deal the last time he left. Dolan know that.
Yeah, you know, they probably had a conversation. You know, that old Phil got rid of you, man. I really wanted to keep you. Probably even give him a couple extra of them things.
Hey.
We know he'll spend that cash now. That's one thing I love about my owner. That's
I want to look. It's one thing that I do respect about Thibodeau. When Chicago started winning, don't you know they lost like 10 of their first 11 games and then ran off 12 straight, and they was on their way ever since.
I'm gonna tell you the thing I love about that Chicago team that he had, man. Everybody knew what their role was, and them boys played together as a team. It wasn't no eye on that. Them boys.
Yeah, but when it got to the playoffs, he was like Buckhauser. He was like that Milwaukee coach. Second round, they won all the games in the season, and Gilbert Arenas knocked them out.
You know what their biggest problem was in the half court. That was Chicago's biggest problem.
Yeah, they didn't have a half court.
They didn't have that person that they could throw it down there in the post and let them go to work. Joakim Noah was more of a guy who in the flow of an offense, even though he would do the pick and roll, but they didn't have that person that can just dominate you. They didn't have that other than Derrick Rose on the perimeter.
No post presence whatsoever.
That's why they didn't win.
Hey, you know the good thing about our discussion tonight and looking at the 2021 free agents, we know our future's in the draft next year. It's not going to come from any trades, and it's not going to come from free agents. It's going to come from the draft next year.
And we finally got a smart president that ain't throwing money away or draft picks.
Yep.
And as long as he keep doing that, we gonna always be straight.
I'm curious to see what happens with James Harden.
I don't want no parts of him.
No parts of him whatsoever. ISO ball don't win the chip.
That dude's usage rate is ridiculous.
I'll take Buddy though.
Oh, I'll sign me up for that right now. Him or Zach LaVine. Give me either one.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Zach LaVine is the truth, man.
He ain't big time. He ain't down the stretch.
Okay.
He gonna give you 3 good quarters and half of the fourth. But when that money ball on the table, you ain't gonna get it from Zach LaVine.
The thing is, I don't need him to do that. That's what you gonna have Obi for.
Man, last time I spoke about Buddy Hield to the Knicks, I was getting killed in the comments.
I go with Buddy Hield.
Either one of them guys, I wouldn't be mad with if we were to pick him up. I wouldn't be mad with either one.
Zach LaVine, he gonna dominate the ball.
You know, Buddy Hield gonna cost you more than Zach LaVine.
No, but you know what his contract is? His
so
contract
you're gonna have to trade. You're gonna have to trade. You're gonna have to give up more to get him.
All you would have to give up to get the Knicks could have had him. All we had to give
Randall, wasn't it Randall in the deal they were talking about?
But then
him and Frank for Zach LaVine.
They was wanting that Dallas pick. No, for Buddy Hield. They was wanting that Dallas pick.
Oh, yeah, you talking about that Buddy Hield situation. Hey, that's still be on the table.
Hey, with Minnesota signing drafting Anthony Edwards, I'm just hoping down the line maybe we get Malik. He signed a 4-year, $60 million, $15 million per. That's a lot nicer than Buddy's contract.
You know what, man?
And he's 23. He's in his prime, and he's a Florida State dog. New York would love him.
My only thing is with him is I wonder how he would handle in nightlife.
No doubt, man.
That's my biggest fear. I don't want them kind of players. If you want to come party,
got a relationship.
Ricolina, think about that now. That's the one thing we know Tom Thibodeau ain't gonna be putting up with. If you think you come into the Knicks and it's all about partying, you may as well get ready to be back on the first thing smoking. They gonna send you on JetBlue. They ain't gonna even send you on American Airlines. They gonna get you out of there real quick.
Yeah, that's what Sigma Psi said. Beasley got problems, bro. He damn sure do. He come with problems.
I don't want that. I don't want no headaches.
Hey, you know what? I knew another guy that came with problems and helped turn around this organization. His name was Latrell Sprewell.
Different situation.
I know.
He didn't really have problems.
That was one of my favorite things, man.
He had to be on his best behavior after choking out a coach.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'm surprised he even got back in the league after doing that.
He was that good.
He was.
I love
him and Camby, man. The Camby man.
The game. I love the way he played the game.
You know who he remind me of? Their game are very similar. They don't cheat you. Him and Russell Westbrook. You can never say you got cheated watching Latrell Sprewell play.
Oh no doubt.
They had that scowl, both of them. That
they wanted to kill you.
And I think Malik will.
See, that's the scary thing. That's scary.
Yeah, the scary thing with Malik is, I think with his lawyers, he's going to get away with. You'll get a slap on the wrist with the gun violation pointed in it, but he's not going to get away for the child endangerment.
Oh,
the NBA. He pointed his gun.
What's up with the child endangerment? I ain't hear about that.
Yeah, he pointed his gun at his son, his baby boy.
Oh,
so
they got a one of them personal conduct policy too, like the
exactly. The NBA don't put up with domestic violence, and they don't put up with child endangerment. It's an automatic suspension.
At the people that was going across his lawn.
No, that was another thing. He pointed it at people that parked in like right next to him, and he pointed it at a family with a 13-year-old girl.
Man, did I tell you you don't point them things unless you plan to use them?
Yeah. So what happened is they went in their house and they got all the security tapes, and his own security tapes burned them. It proved all their points, and plus they found 2 pounds of weed.
Gun? Oh yeah, that's right. Because now he got that federal.
Well, he was in Denver.
But weed is legal now.
Not 2 I don't know if 2 pounds is legal anywhere.
Guns and weed together. That's ATF, man.
Yeah.
No, but Denver weed is legal.
I don't know about 2 pounds worth. Though.
Yeah, but the weed is legal. But when you put that together with a gun,
he was in Milwaukee at that.
Yeah, that ain't a good mix. So that's what they were talking about. Saying the ATF was supposed to try to pick that thing up. Man, them guys. Hey, I used to always say, man, you wouldn't have if I had to be in the league, any kind of league, and I'm getting paid that kind of money. I'll wait till I'm done playing basketball or whatever sport for me to smoke. I wouldn't be messing my money up.
It breaks your heart, man. The kid, this is his contract year, and he goes and does something stupid like that.
Somebody gonna get him for the cheap if he keep playing in the league.
He already got signed. He already got signed.
I know that, but he signed a 4-year, $60 million contract. He probably got a bigger contract.
And this is what's so crazy about him right now was that his wife divorcing him.
Because he was going out with Pippen's girl.
And that wasn't even real. That he messed himself up just for the public eye. And she out here still partying. Like
we don't need him.
She about twice his age.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we don't need him.
A lot of people wanted him on the Knicks too. Malik Beasley.
I'm glad we passed on him now because that boy.
Yeah, that's too much.
You take the man out of ATL, but you can't take the ATL out of the man.
Put him in New York, it'd be a problem.
But again, every player in free agency or via trade, you ask a Knicks fan, oh, his contract is too much. One of the toughest conversations is what player would you pay $25 million? Like I like Buddy Hield, I like him. Zach LaVine, I'm okay with it. Like a lot of people are always like, oh, I can't take that contract. There's not a single player. I mean, there's very few players that I listen to people say, yo, I will take that contract. I don't care. I want him, and I don't. So,
Buddy Hield, man, I'll snatch him up first. He'll be my first choice, and then Zach LaVine.
Yeah, I can do Buddy Hield.
If I like
CP3. I like CP3. I'll take him his contract. I don't care.
CP3. Look, CP3 right now, he can come down the look. He can still come down the pipe later on because Phoenix is going. He gonna put that crew together in about a year, and he gonna move on to the next project.
CP3 is a Euro step from tearing his Achilles.
Thank you. I was about to say one of his wheels is about to fall off.
Not touching CP3.
We were supposed to get Schroeder, man. We messed that up.
I haven't won that guy for the last few years.
How we messed that up?
We
was available.
Last 2 years.
But how we
he was
messed
in
it
Atlanta.
up?
Remember when he came up in Atlanta for a trade?
Yeah.
And they shipped him off to
OKC.
We ain't mess it up.
That's what I wanted Schroeder.
Nah, we let him go to the Lakers. We were supposed
We
to.
didn't let him do nothing.
Yeah, they had
We
an
wasn't gonna
opportunity to get him.
overpay him.
And he signed with the Lakers.
We wasn't gonna overpay him.
You ain't have to overpay him.
Yes, man, we gotta overpay everybody right now.
He's not a free agent. They got him through trade.
And also,
we
not a lot of
wasn't giving
people
up
have
no
leverage for
first-round
signing
picks, bro.
people. A lot of teams have maxed out.
We
You
wasn't
give-
giving up no first round picks for him.
You give CP3 with Obi and RJ, that's playoffs.
Lob City.
But too many people are scared. That you know what it is. Too many people don't know how to gamble.
Well, you know what? CP3
said he wasn't coming here.
He could have came to New
The
York.
guard was packed. He said he wasn't coming here. We had no pandemic.
A lot of you guys wouldn't want him because again, it takes to good gambles and bad gambles, and CP3 is a good gamble.
Well, you
But he said he wasn't coming unless the guard was packed.
I told you to value your money. I done told you most of the value your money, man. Don't
I
throw your
value
in
my
the
money.
toilet.
That's why with a player like CP3, if I can get him, I'll snatch him. You got to take that talent. He knows how to run the point.
You're right,
You got-
Ty Jim. Lob City for how long? It wouldn't be that long. It'll be exciting for a quick minute.
I'm gonna tell you something though. Shea Gilgeous next year, with the stuff that he learned with CP3, you better watch out.
Who?
Shea Gilgeous Alexander from OKC Thunder.
Another Kentucky product.
Yeah. The stuff that, after playing with CP3, with the stuff he knows now, how to run the point, forget about it, bro. He's gonna kill the league.
Both Shea
look,
and
every
Schroeder
time- look,
benefited.
Every time
Both
somebody
of them. You're right. You're right. Schroeder game changed. You could tell he played differently with CP3.
That mentorship helped. Like we were talking about Jordan with Mitch. Is the same thing with CP with those guys.
Man, I wish we could have kept Jordan, man. Man, you know what? Nerlens probably gonna help him. I hope so.
That's what I've been saying.
Because if it don't work, and I think that's another reason why they may have brought Nerlens in to mentor Mitch.
That's what I'm saying.
And if it don't work. Think about it. You brought in Kenny Payne, who's a big man coach, and you got a coach beside you and a player. And if it don't work, when will it work? I just don't. It don't look good for Mitch though, man. I just hope Tibbs trying to use reverse psychology.
Hey, you see that he got out of he ain't with Clutch Sports no more.
Yeah, this is sixth agent he on.
That's a good sign.
Yeah,
that's a good sign. That's a good
yeah.
sign.
I know you was gonna say that, even though I said it don't matter, because if a player can't play on the court, I don't care who your agent is. Nobody gonna pick your ass up.
Rob, I'm still saying Nerlens Noel should start over Mitch though. Don't get that twisted.
Hey, look,
he's more. Nerlens Noel's more disciplined on defense, and if you foul him, he's gonna knock those free throws 75% of the time.
All two of them.
All two of them. I'll take those 2 free throws, man.
So, Bricklina, who's your starting lineup?
For mine?
My start?
Peyton, Burke, RJ, Randall, Mitch.
That's my starting lineup too.
Huh?
Who your sixth man?
Oh, it depends who they. It'll be different every. You know what I'm saying? It depends on if somebody get a quick 2 fouls. It's like I wouldn't have like a set 6 man.
But Fizz. I mean, keep calling that fool named Tibbs. You know Tibbs. He pretty much normally like to run that 9-man rotation.
Yeah,
he said 9.
So it's gonna be pretty much set.
Yes.
I think with the schedule being brutal he's going to have to expand that 9-man rotation.
That's a good point. That'll make him get outside his comfort zone. That'll probably help him.
I'm hoping just selfishly to give Quickly some time.
That's what I'm hoping. I wouldn't be so shocked if he took it, because he looked like Lou Williams. The way his game is.
Exactly. So when you said 6-man, I thought Lou Williams, and then I thought Quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say
about that.
I'm gonna say my starting 5 is gonna be Austin Rivers, RJ.
Man, y'all ain't called DSJ.
Kevin Knox, Obi, and Nerlens Noel.
Who your backup point guard?
Backup point guard?
Charlie Ward.
Alfred Payton. I need defense. You know, Alfred Payton. You go.
Who's your backup point guard?
Huh?
I asked Breakalina who's his backup point guard because he gave me a starter. Who's your backup point guard?
Oh, DSJ.
He only said that because you brought it up.
I think so.
No, he asked me to back up. I know back up every position.
So you're not gonna play. You're not gonna play Obi?
Huh?
Who your starting lineup, Rob?
Yeah. He's the backup power forward.
Okay, so Randall, what? You gonna split minutes, or Randall got to get in trouble or something?
No, he ain't got to. You split minutes.
Oh, okay. Oh, my starting 5. Okay, my starting 5 is Frank,
Tank.
I got Frank, and then I want to see Dennis Smith at the 2. RJ, Randall, and Mitch.
That is the worst shooting team in history.
Obi-Wan coming off the bench.
That's a good one.
Yeah. You got the worst starting 5 so far.
Mm-hmm.
Rob, who your 6-man?
Obi-Wan coming off first. Obi-Wan.
Who your backup point guard?
Backup point guard. Damn. I got the other. It got to be
Rivers.
The Wolf of Wall Street, Peyton.
Teddy, on you.
Look, man, that's the worst. Literally, the worst starting 5
It is.
I've heard
Ever.
in any Knicks form.
Clearly.
He said DSJ at the 2. Okay.
He said Frank at the point. That was the.
I know that was
started off wrong.
I ain't gonna say that.
At the point?
Hell no.
The way I'm thinking about how Tibbs is. Tibbs gonna have DSJ start. It's gonna be RJ. It's gonna be Bullock. Randall. I think it's gonna be Randall, and this is gonna be the surprise. I think it's gonna be Nerlens.
I wouldn't be shocked.
That sound good.
Like I said, both him and Mitch are very close in what they do, but we know Mitch got that exceptional talent, that leap in ability.
I think it's a connection with the backcourt with Randall and
Oh yeah, them Kentucky days.
Yeah.
Didn't they play together at Kentucky?
I want to say so.
So who your 6-man?
Obi.
Okay.
So far, you got the best 5, B. You got the best 5.
I mean, thinking about overall, the only bad thing is the shooting with DSJ. If he can get a good mid-range game, I'm all for it. But I don't want to see him shoot threes.
But you know what? I think I was talking about trusting your teammates. I think he's the one player that's going to have to really learn to trust his teammates. If he want to play point guard, you can't be no point guard and don't trust your teammates to take the shot.
I think a lot of times RJ is going to be, I think DSJ going to be bringing it up a lot with the pick and roll, but I think a lot of times, a lot of players are going to go to RJ anyways and go from there.
All right. So we coming to you, Moses.
Man, I just said it, but I could say it again. I could create another starting lineup. Like sometimes I think Emmanuel Quickly could start. Like right now, I'm like, man, I could really see Quickly start, man.
No,
I was like, why don't I just do that?
He's starting, but I do see a lot of minutes for him though.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I'm gonna just make one up just for the moment. I already gave you my starting five, but I'm gonna do my quickly starting five. I'm gonna do quickly RJ at the backcourt. I mean, I guess this lineup. I'll have Mitch at the center, even though he's not disciplined. He can't make free throws. So I'm gonna put Mitch at the center, and then I'm gonna have let me see. You know what? I might.
Ralph be talking all that mess, but don't know where he want to go.
Nah, I'm gonna go Julius. Then I'm going Julius at power forward. So I'm gonna do Mitchell and Julius.
Okay.
But I need to space that floor, man. I'm
And
in
I know you
trouble
got
now.
Alfred
Yeah,
and
Kevin
RJ.
Knox. I'm doing Kevin Knox at small
I was
forward.
just about to bring this up. So who would outside of Coach Tibbs, who would be your dream starting five
Oh, dream?
on this team?
Oh, it would be
more like a nightmare.
It would be
Now, if y'all was running the team,
it would be Frank Knox, RJ, Obi, and Mitch.
Lottery.
Everybody we drafted, that's who I go with.
I think Rob just likes
Who's your
his
sixth
favorites,
man, Rob?
The sixth man to be Randall.
Okay. Steve, on you.
I'm going with Chuck on the starting lineup of Peyton, Burks, RJ, Randall, and Mitch. And second team, I'm going with either Rivers or Frank. Going to go with Knox, Obi, Noel, and in the shooting guard, I'll probably go with Austin in the shooting guard and go with Frank as the point guard on the second team.
Well, y'all know who I'm gonna start with that point guard.
Are you tanking or are you trying to win?
Tanking.
Huh? Ron, that's the question. Are you tanking or are you trying to win? Are you trying to go to the playoffs?
I'm about to shake y'all up a little bit. Remember I tell y'all the slate is clean, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you said that, but then when I got on, I heard you killing Randall.
DSJ.
Smart man.
Because what he lacks in shooting, he makes up for in speed.
Mm-hmm.
Speed kills.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But now when you can't put it in the bucket.
That's what I'm saying. What he lack in shooting, he makes up for in speed.
But he's not a finisher.
He's gonna have the man guarding him in foul trouble, trying to stop him.
Mm.
The two, got to get RJ. At the three, I got to find out about this guy. Got to play Iggy.
Oh.
And the reason why I'm going to play Iggy, I'm going to tell you why. If I'm going on trying to find out what we got for the future, I got to play him. We drafted him in the second. And being honest, when I look at him and Kevin Knox, I know he going to give me more than Kevin Knox going to give me. Hustle effort-wise. And he's a better shooter.
I agree.
I don't know if he's a better shooter.
Well, he's a better shooter. At the four, because I'm starting a new regime, I'm going with Obi.
That makes sense. That works.
And at the five,
both of them can shoot.
Man, it's a tough one. That five is a tough one. I'm kind of feeling, man, I got to say Mitch. I gotta go Mitch. Only reason why, as much as I would like Mitch to come off the bench, where he can be more aggressive after some time that went off the game clock, so he won't have to worry about them fouls. You got to have Mitch in there to make up in case Dennis Smith Jr. let his man blow by and everything break down. So Mitch can cover up some stuff. My sixth man, I'm going quickly. And my point off the bench, I'm going Frank.
Yeah,
I agree with that, but that's a pretty good one, man. I would just put Nerlens Noel as center for me.
But you know what, y'all? I'm gonna tell y'all really. You know what I was really thinking about? I was thinking about Spellman. I like the fact that he can stretch the floor from that center position.
That's a good point.
And he can play in the post. You know, I like the idea of Spellman. But we got Mitch, and Mitch is going to have to play. Even if for nothing else, if they plan on trading him.
Okay.
Matter of fact, he in a contract year too, ain't he? Man, you know what? I'm telling y'all, man, our team going to look totally different next year. I got a feeling.
Me too.
I got a feeling it's going to look totally different. They probably won't keep no more than maybe three to four players off this roster.
Nope. You gonna still have. They're gonna keep their core. You gonna have RJ. You gonna have Knox, and you gonna have and I think they're gonna extend Frank. They ain't gonna even let Frank get there. They're gonna extend Frank.
I think RJ, Obi, and Knox, and maybe Randall, depending on how the season play out, gonna be the four they keep. I just keep feeling that they're gonna try to trade Mitch, man. I'm not trying to not be naive and be like, man, where that came from? You know what I mean? I don't want to be shocked like with KP situation, because like the old saying say, where there's smoke, there's fire, and there's a lot of smoke around Mitch right now. I don't like the idea of us trading him, but there's a lot of smoke around him.
Yeah, but you know what? This is what I hope didn't happen. You know, because when they got rid of Trill, okay, we wasn't hearing nothing bad about Mitch until Tibbs came. Now, if Tibbs is basing it off of what happened in that on the Olympic trial thing, I don't think that's right.
It ain't right, but we know, people got memories, man.
It wasn't no smoke around. It wasn't no smoke around Robinson until Tibbs came. So if you bring in,
I agree.
If you bring in something that happened then and didn't get a man a fresh start when you got to be his coach, I don't think that's right. That's just my personal opinion. If he was late going all through that USA thing, okay, that's USA. I think that you should have sat down with Mitch and then y'all talked about it. I don't think he should have put that in the media if that was his problem.
You know what, though? I'm going to tell you. You know, they start digging up stuff, and I think that's pretty much what it was. Somebody went back and like, oh, you remember Tibbs coached him? And you remember they had this going on, they had that. That's how all that thing started.
I just hope it didn't come from Tibbs.
I think that's what really started it all. You know,
I think that was the first thing. I think the last straw was what happened in that 2-week mini camp that they had, and he had to go home.
Now I'm gonna tell you, me personally,
he just had a newborn.
I'm gonna tell you, Rob, newborn or not, and I understand. Hey, and I'm telling you this from somebody who done went through this. When I was in the Army, man, I was in Fort Jackson changing my job from the infantry to be a light wheel mechanic, and my first child was being born in upstate New York. You know where I was at when my child was born?
I guess being a mechanic,
doing my job. In order for my child to eat, I got to do my job.
Well, but if it's not, see, look, you can't take voluntary, and then when I don't show up, you make it mandatory.
Well, you know how that stuff is. When they say voluntarily, it really means, when they say involuntary, it means voluntary without it actually being labeled voluntary.
So if Tibbs is holding out against him, then Tibbs is still wrong.
I agree, because it was voluntary. It wasn't, you know what I mean? Yeah. It wasn't mandatory. I agree.
You know, he don't want to go out there, bring the COVID back home. And Ron, when you was doing that, it wasn't COVID around.
You got a good point there too now.
You know, he got a newborn baby.
Things change. It's a different situation. So, yeah. But I just hope he may just be trying to just motivate the guy, man.
I know Mitch's body language wasn't good in that interview though. That's why
Randall's wasn't either.
Yeah, there's a lot.
When I did my video on there, I said Randall. I said I'm gonna chalk it up to it probably was a rough practice. He probably.
I'm telling you.
I like.
You know what I mean?
There's a lot of people with not too many good body language. Everybody's on the edge right now, and that's how Tibbs wants everybody to be. Tibbs wants everybody to be on the edge, and nothing's given to you. It's not like these Knicks fans. You know, we want to give you this. Why don't you play 30 minutes? No. We're not giving you anything.
Robinson basically said in his interview, like, man, I ain't worrying about this man taking my job. That's what I got out of it. Like, yo, you not gonna be no threat to me, and I'm gonna show you in practice. That's what I got.
He was saying how them guys were too small.
Mitch was like, yeah, everybody in there too small. Yeah, this here. Mitch showed Mitch to me. Mitch had one of the best interviews because he laid it down like he wasn't worrying about Noel. Like,
but
yo,
Rob, Noel's more disciplined on defense.
No, look, I'm just talking about what Mitch was saying. Now,
discipline means that you don't get fooled into fouling your opponents as much as Mitch Robinson does.
2 years in the league versus 7 years in the league, that's a big difference.
Well, more reason why he should come off the bench. More reason he should come off the bench. More reason he should come off the bench.
I'm gonna give him his credit on that. We ain't seen him in 2 years of being in New York getting in no trouble. So I give him credit on that. That's part of being a professional too.
Nerlens can't block nobody in the perimeter, man.
Nerlens knows how to block. He's a good shot blocker.
Yeah, but he can't
nobody in the perimeter.
He can't cover the three.
But at the end of the day, Mitchell Robinson is going to have 2 fouls in the first quarter.
Man, I can't believe.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think he needs to treat him like it's year one.
I'm gonna tell you though, don't underestimate the value of Kenny Payne on the staff with Mitch, because I think that's who gonna benefit the most. Him and Knox is gonna benefit from Kenny Payne the most. From everything that I didn't know about this guy, what I done heard about him, his pedigree, them boys gonna get better, man. They gonna get better.
Yeah,
but it's gonna take time. It's gonna take time, and you can't give them.
Very apparent.
It's gonna take time.
They're gonna be way better than what they was last year.
I think training camp is gonna show so much that Mitch's head and heels over. No, I think it's gonna show so much, man. I don't think.
Not to mention, he in a contract year, and he just had a child. He gonna have to. You know what I mean? He gonna do his thing, man.
That's why.
But there's levels to this, man. There's levels to this.
I'm telling you, I'm more concerned about the coaching staff viewpoint of Mitch than I am about Mitch and how he's going to play. Only because of the history.
Yeah, you know what?
Let's be real, man. Some people hold grudges, man. Let's be real.
Well, I don't think Mitch is being traded like you guys think, but I still think that Nerlens Noel should start over Mitch.
Hey, Ralph,
for sure.
Hey, Ralph, this is a better question. We need to figure out who can handle this style of coaching. Who's going to be the first?
That's another thing.
Boy, that's a good question.
Who's going to be the first?
I think mid-season, Mitchell Robinson can start getting. Once he gets a good grip, he'll be all right. But right now, at the beginning of the season, I'm going Nerlens Noel for sure.
No. That's not the question. Who's going to be the first to be disgruntled?
Who ain't going to be able to handle the coaching? That's what you asked.
Frank.
Dennis Smith Jr.
Frank.
I think Dennis Smith Jr. is going to be all right.
I think Frank will be all right. Frank is proven he can be coached. He ain't afraid of that.
He ain't gonna get no minutes, so he gonna.
I agree with Chuck. DSJ has shown if he doesn't get minutes, he's going to be sulking.
Maybe Burks. I don't know.
Nah, them guys, they are veterans. You ain't got to worry about them.
Kevin Knox, maybe Kevin Knox.
That's a good one.
How could you tell?
I mean,
yeah.
Kevin Knox and Dennis Smith Jr. Maybe I'll start with those two.
I don't think Kevin Knox is going to be a problem because of Kenny Payne. If he have a rough time, he gonna go talk to Kenny.
Man,
Kenny
it's gonna take a lot of work to fix that motor, man.
No, it's not.
I think he gonna play hard just because of Kenny being there. He ain't gonna want to make Kenny look bad, fellow guy from Kentucky. That's gonna bode well for him. That's why I think he might be our breakout player of the year.
That means I feel like the the bigger the talent, like Knox, I could say he has a sort of a high ceiling, but that means I feel like he's gonna have to get on him for him to really be to really have that breakout like he could have.
Starting five is gonna be.
Oh, so what we think the coaches? Boy, I'll let you start, Teddy. I got to think about that one.
I start. I'm gonna start with the center position. Noel, Julius Randle, at small forward I'll have Kevin Knox, and then I have RJ Barrett. I think he's gonna go RJ Barrett, and then Austin Rivers.
All right,
he's gonna go with that.
I'll go next. I think Alfred. I think RJ, Bullock, Randall, Nerlens. Second unit, Frank, Burks, Knox, Obi, Mitch. Sometimes Austin Rivers, interchangeable.
Okay.
I think one of the key points is if he's putting in the triangle, Austin Rivers is a coach's son. He may want to play him.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think Austin Rivers and Quickly I think he's getting up there too, man. I almost want to say Quickly sometimes. So I want to say Quickly might be my sixth man.
Actually, I want to put Quickly in front of Burks a lot of times, but Burks just creates his own shot. It's hard to put him in front of Burks.
And
I want to put him sometimes I want to put him in front of Bullock, but it's like Bullock is that specialist at 3-point. I don't know. I mean, I think it's the height. The height with Bullock. It's the height. And Bullock plays defense too.
Mm-hmm.
And then I want to put him in front of Frank, and then it's just like Frank, that defense, you just can't replace that type of defensive team defense.
Yeah, you could. You put Alfred Payton.
Here we go. The tank commander.
It could happen though. That's why I can't say nothing. It could actually happen. So
just when I think you're putting me back in.
Yeah, you know
that. I'm putting in the tank commander.
It's if you listen to what Fizz is saying, I keep saying Tibbs. Dog, if you keep listening to what Tibbs saying about wanting to take advantage of these guys, youth, that lets me know they're gonna run. So they ain't gonna put no veteran teams per se, fully veteran team out there. That's why
I want to see a lineup of just young players of Frank, RJ, Knox, Obi, and Mitch. That'd be my starting five if we want to run. Or maybe DSJ in the starting five.
I'm thinking DSJ gonna start. I think DSJ is gonna start because he got the ability. He's the fastest point guard.
But this is the thing.
He wanted to run
defense. If he ain't playing defense, I could just see Tibbs. I could see DSJ really getting the scrum.
And you know another reason why they're gonna play him, and because this is the last of that KP mess, man. So they're gonna try to redeem themselves with that.
That wasn't
even if they try to build his trade value up to move him, because we know Mike wanted him down there in Charlotte. So I see DSJ starting and RJ at the 2. Knox gonna be the 3. Randall gonna be the 4.
Yep.
And Mitch gonna be the 5. That's gonna be that starting lineup.
Yep.
That's Tibbs starting lineup.
And that's Tibbs starting lineup, and the Quickly I think gonna be the
6 man.
The 6 man. Austin Rivers gonna be the backup point guard. At the 2, you're gonna have. Let's see. At the 2, backup. Burks. At the 3, you may see Iggy sneaking that thing. At the 4, Obi. And at the 5, you might see Spellman. I think Spellman and Noel gonna be sharing time at that backup position. Because like I said, Spellman shoot too good to just leave him parked on the bench because he can make people have to come out to guard him. Sanders ain't gonna be able to just clog that lane up if Dennis Smith Jr. out there running. You know, if they ever shuffle a lineup with him out there.
So Alfred and Frank is gonna be the ones that sit on the bench.
I think so. And matter of fact, that's who's going to be the 2 in the second unit is Frank. That's what I was trying to figure out because remember, all reports saying they want to move Frank to the 2. He ain't gonna start over RJ at the 2.
Nah, Hexy, nah.
So he's gonna be the backup
specialist, 3 and D.
He's gonna be the backup 2 with Austin Rivers being the starting point guard in that second unit.
That's because they acknowledge he's not a point guard.
He's more, you know what it is? They're acknowledging that he need to be a combo. That he ain't somebody you need to leave exclusively at that point guard position.
Mm-hmm.
Dennis Smith Jr., you ain't got no choice but to play him at a point guard because he don't have no resemblance of being no 2 guard. He just look like a point guard. But the sad thing is his playmaking ability, it leaves to be desired, but that speed and that leaping ability is something you can't teach.
All right, he's a better scorer than Frank, so he could play a shooting guard better than Frank. But I think Tibbs will go Dennis Smith. Bullock, RJ, Randall, Mitch, with Obi off the bench, and Rivers the backup point, Burke the backup 2, Knox the 3. Noel, I don't know how to pronounce that shit.
Noel, yeah.
Nerlens.
Him the center, and Frank the G League.
Ain't gonna be no G League this year, I don't think.
They gonna play the G League.
Hey, on that, Freezy's asking us to shut it down.
Okay.
All right.
Hey man, we lasted the whole time, all of us.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Hey man, I enjoyed this, fellas. Man, we gonna find out real soon.
Yeah.
What this thing gonna be? And
don't run.
And this week gonna be interesting. We may have some new teammates.
Hey, I'm wiping the slate clean for all of them.
Yeah.
After that 15th game,
I'm
coming for all of them. Coach too. I'm giving the coach 15 games.
Yep.
Look crazy. I'm coming for him too.
Hey, conversation, no condom, real and raw. Hey,
that's the only way us Knicks fans can do it. We can't lie, man. Hey, we got to call it like we see it. If Frank playing like trash, I'm going to call it. DSJ playing like trash.
You ain't got to worry about that.
God bless Knicks family.
Hey, see you tomorrow.
Yeah, man. Hey, I enjoyed it, fellas.
All right. Peace out, fellas.
Peace.
Peace.
All right.